Annual report, strategic work plan for 25 to 29. Could I have a mover for this? Councillor Kent. Councillors, I'll now move a procedural motion that Council permit Stephen Horn, Chair of the Windsor... I don't second till after he's spoken. Risk Improvement Committee to present the Council AREC Annual Report and Strategic Work Plan 25 to 29. And I will I will put that motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously, and I'll invite Stephen up to the chair, please.
Mine's working. First of all, we might just see if we can get it working.
This council term. That work plan is a reflection of the maturity level that the AREC has now reached, where we're able to take a broader perspective over and above our normal annual cycle of required activities. It will also provide something concrete against which the AREC's performance over the council term can be judged. In its current form, this AREC was established in 2021 during the period of administration for the council, and whilst the public inquiry was underway. In addition to the typical issues and risks faced by the council, the AREC was required to take into consideration the final report of the Inquiry Commissioner, as well as a range of reviews commissioned by the Administrator, representing a rebuild of many aspects of council. During that period, the council also experienced an unprecedented number of declared natural emergencies, rating it as one of the most affected councils in New South Wales in this regard. This added significant further challenge to council operationally and financially, and its impact has been prolonged. Early on, AREC advised the Administrator that whilst council's short-term financial position was viable, its level of unrestricted cash was too low. Action was taken to adjust some internal restrictions, and the level of unrestricted cash was raised to in excess of $4 million, where it has since remained, pending a detailed review by yourselves as part of a comprehensive budget and financial review. Yourselves, as the elected council, commenced following elections in September 2024. Leading into that period, the AREC was required to take into consideration the outgoing report of the Administrator, plus a transitional performance improvement order issued by the Minister, which imposed certain conditions and limitations on the operation of the incoming elected council and certain responsibilities for the AREC. These transitional arrangements ceased last month. The AREC recognised that the transition from administration back to an elected council represented a range of challenges and risks, in response to which the management developed a very extensive councillor induction program, which AREC reviewed iteratively and took part in both as a presenter and observer for particular relevant sessions. The actions taken by the Minister for the dissolution of the previous council and the subsequent report of the public inquiry included various references to the importance of establishing a viable governance culture whereby differences of views and opinion can be worked through in a constructive and respectful manner, both within the elected body and between the elected body and staff. In recognition of this risk, the induction program and the transition program included a considerable emphasis on these aspects to facilitate the building of such a governance culture from the outset and supporting its growth during the early period of the new council. We, the AREC, were mindful that yourselves, as the incoming councillors, have a considerable number of significant and complex issues to confront and resolve, so it would not be an easy environment, and mutual respect and goodwill on the part of all would be vital. Amongst those challenges, like many councils, Windsor Carrowby faces significant long-term financial sustainability difficulties. These require complex and possibly difficult matters to be examined, involving both future income and expenditure. Many councils are similarly examining their situations, with some proposing special rate variations. The SRV process is complex and requires substantial research and analysis and consideration of a range of options before it can proceed. Confronting such challenges in a council body that is still maturing makes the context even harder. However, AREC would counsel against undue delay in undertaking a comprehensive deep dive into future financial sustainability. We would add that there are very few councils for which that's not an issue, and there is a significant period of concern amongst everybody in local government that the model for financial sustainability requires some revision, and there are several inquiries looking at that at the moment. Nonetheless, until they resolve something, if and when they do, the issue remains with each council to look at its own financial situations. And the long term for councils is indeed the game. Council is a long-term business, and long-term is a difficult path ahead for all councils. To support the important strategic work that the elected council must undertake, AREC supports efforts by the management team to attract and retain the people required to build and mature its culture and its systems. In particular, AREC will maintain a strong focus on maturing council's financial management, performance management, asset management, risk management, and cyber security to assist council achieve its desired levels of performance and sustainability. Our annual report and our strategic plan outline our endeavours over the following years to examine and support those aspects, and those conclude my prepared remarks, Mr Mayor, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Stephen. I think I've cleared my throat enough. In regards to what we can do as a governing body about the financial sustainability, I would be really interested to hear your thoughts on including explicitly which budgetary items are critical, important or deferrable in our decision-making processes.
Thank you for the question. The range of matters that have to be considered for long-term financial sustainability are quite vast. It's a significant exercise in its own right to understand all of the vectors and variables that can be adjusted. That's one reason why the external auditors tend not to make a call on what they would otherwise call in the commercial world going concern with a council, because there are so many things you could change. So they go, well, we don't know how it'll end up because you could decide to do this or decide not to do that, and depending on how that tracks, then the future changes. Councils are the most complex aspect of government anywhere any level. And so the number of things you do, the range of businesses you run, the activities you undertake is quite vast, all of which are variable. You can change any number of them in any number of ways. So it's a complex question you face as to where the priorities lie, where you increase, decrease, change, whatever you do. So I think understanding the relative priorities that you have, and the council down the road or up the street might have a different set for the same range of vectors, because that's the nature of governance, requires quite detailed consideration of the relative priorities of all of those matters and an understanding at a kind of deep level of what that means financially. And with councils, that's complicated because the knock-on effect of one thing on another is quite significant too. So that's a long answer to a short question, but I think the issue of understanding what you have to do and what is something that you could make some changes to is critical to that. Some things are unavoidable, but even then, auditors would say the level at which you do it and the way in which you do it could be changed. So even rubbish removal, there are a number of ways in which that could be handled, all of which affect finances. So nothing is unchangeable, everything is modifiable to some degree. It depends on how it's working at the moment and how satisfied you are with that. It depends on the options. Some councils, for example, tried a while ago to package up a whole bunch of green stuff, green waste, green recyclables, into one contract that they could go to the market, and about 3 or 4 councils got together. Unfortunately, the market couldn't supply. The market couldn't do what the councils wanted to do in that area. They didn't have the capacity. So what was a good idea failed in the market because the market couldn't actually deliver it. So what that says is there's a lot of complicated variables. So every decision that you face on financial sustainability has like a number of angles on it, which makes it very complicated, right? It is a complicated business that you run. So the only thing I can say to your answer is understanding the impacts of every decision on long-term finances is something that needs to be in the back of your mind all the time, because no decision is just about today and tomorrow. It all has long-term aspects to it. Sorry, it's not an easier answer.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Mullum.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Horn, for coming along again today. It's been a year. I noticed on page 8 of the report, and I'll quote, importance of establishing a culture whereby differences of views and opinions can be worked through in a constructive and respectful manner. And certainly this is a place where we come together to improve people's lives, and we need to do it in a way where we debate issues, complex issues, but with respect always. And I noticed the WHS audit is one of the first on the list. Are we overdue in terms of auditing our WHS Work Health Safety Act practices?
I don't want to get into all audit speak, so I'll try and avoid it, but many aspects of council are examined and reviewed all the time. WHS is one of those. So there is a process whereby there's a number of checks and balances about how the system's working, what needs to be done and adjusted, and that happens all the time in real time. It's part of business as usual. And then in addition to that, we periodically have external reviews as well. So there's no time at which the WHS system isn't being refined and reviewed and adapted as needs might dictate, because the nature of those risks changes all the time. The frequency with which we then conduct a separate independent audit of that will depend on the time since the last one, but also what's going on in the circumstances. We always think that WHS is important, and the council has been in let's call it a rebuilding phase of putting all the pieces together again, and we think that's so important that we've coupled that with WHS, but also looking just a little further down the track at employee wellbeing, because the two kind of go together in different ways. The last time that it was reviewed wasn't that long ago, but the circumstances were different. We haven't done it in the first couple of years because we thought there were just some other more pressing matters that we really did need to get audits on, but it's now got a priority on our cycle going forward. So I don't think it's been absent from a review, given that there is a lot of internal review that goes on always, but its time is certainly due now.
Thank you. Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Horn. Good to see you again. I have a specific question about the strategic priorities in the draft ARIC strategic work plan. I note that disaster resilience and climate impacts aren't listed as one of the 13 key strategic items there. However, in the September minutes of the September meeting, they have been added as or identified. Could you just tell me whether it would be appropriate for those to be added to that list of 13, or whether you believe that they need to be elevated in that way or recognised in that document?
It's a good question, thank you. So the original approach to us reflecting the strategic plan, our strategic priorities, was to look at council's strategic risks, not to make up our own, but to look at what council had done. So we observed in the ARIC meeting that those weren't called out as separate strategic risks, and we had a discussion about it, and everyone agreed that it probably ought to be included as strategic risks. There's been an argument for some time as to whether individual risk items come out as items on their own, or whether risk overall is taken as an umbrella that covers a lot of things. And there's a judgment call at some point when you think something is just of such magnitude that really it deserves a spot in the sun all by itself. Cyber risk is the other great example. It really should be covered by risk management generally, but at some point cyber risk becomes such a big issue, if you're Optus, for example, that you go, I think I need it as a separate point. So climate is the same. It's not been absent in consideration. It's been considered as part of emergency preparedness, and aspects like that, so and as general risk. But I think the Auditor General recently did a review of coastal councils and how climate issues were impacting coastal councils, and that brought a number of issues to bear that probably needed to be surfaced about particularly the relationships between state government, federal government and councils, and how that all fits together, because it's a complicated landscape. So I think that says that it does warrant being called out all by itself. But of course, the impacts of climate is a complicated creature because it's got so many different angles on it. There's direct risks, there's indirect risks, there's reputational risks, there's all sorts of aspects, and they affect each organisation differently, depending on its location and what's going on. But given that we've been bombarded with extreme weather events here, which you tell most people and they wouldn't believe, they think, well, come on, you're in Bowral, you're in the Highlands, it can't be that bad. And you go, yeah, but look at this. So I think that's true, it's become strategic, and so that would warrant it being moved up as a strategic risk issue and then getting even more focus all by itself. The discussions we had indicated that thinking was there, so it's not that it was absent, it was really how it's expressed in the risk register and then how it's reported upon separately. And of course, climate reporting requirements have been a tortuous journey of trying to get the regulators to decide what climate reporting looks like, and that's still not quite there, but it's getting closer and it'll be clear then what the reporting obligations are, so that will make it even more relevant as a separate identifiable thing of and in itself over and above risk. So I think the short answer to your question is yes.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
I'm very well aware of your wealth of experience in the area of governance. In regards to that question I had earlier about critical, important and deferrable, are there any, and the fact that, in your answer you talked about the fact that, sometimes you can scale things, are there any particular governance tools that you like to use to weigh up those sorts of decisions?
I think the finance people who are experts in business case analysis would suggest here that there are a number of tools that are available to assess the impact of a decision financially, both short-term and long-term, and then to vector in, sensitivity analysis and all that sort of stuff. So I think the finance experts can provide a range of tools that help with all of that. The trouble is that gets you into modelling. And if you did this, then what about that? And if you did that, then what about this? None of which is simple and does take quite some time, and there's a sense of judgment in all of those things. It would be wonderful if we could get a nice clean answer on all those things, but the best advice I can give here would be that a business case approach says, well, everything should be undertaken in the way that's the most economic and gives us the best value. And that's a twee remark, I know, because that's easy to say and hard to do. But sensitivity analysis, business case analysis, cost-benefit analysis, those tools which are, well-worn parts of the financial world are the kind of analyses that you'll probably be asking for or needing to see when things are putting up. The service review components that OLG asked councils to do a few years ago, and that every council is doing in various ways, were really an attempt to stimulate that thinking, that some councils were already doing it and it's just part of the way they did business. But if it wasn't, the idea of service reviews was to look a little deeper, and then when you're looking at each aspect of council to say, should we keep doing it the way we are doing it? Should we change it? Should we put more money into it to make it work better? Should we take less money? All those variables, what if? So it's kind of scenario analysis, if you like. If we did this, what would that look like? To the younger folk, that's called gamifying, and they love that, so they're really good at it. I tend to take a more financy perspective to it, which is perhaps a bit more old-fashioned. But I think the idea that you're looking at all the possibilities is the key, and so business case analysis helps us to do that. The idea being that maybe there isn't one best way, maybe there's multiple ways, but they each have different effects and consequences.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, that's a great answer. Is that the sort of thing that you've seen other councils do in finance committees?
Any practicing council is as varied as the stars in the sky as far as what I've seen. So there's a lot of different practices. It depends on the scale. So the bigger councils will have done probably more of that because of the scale of operations that they have and the sort of considerations they need to make because they're working in the many billions. So yes, certainly some councils have done that. Some organisations do it, some not-for-profits do it, some state governments do it, but some don't. So I think one thing that's maybe growing is a sense that the business of government does have a lot of financial aspects to it, and I think maybe not everyone appreciates that. If you work in the Commonwealth government, for example, it's a very different situation with running programs than it is for a council. When you're down at a council, you are really operating in an envelope that has a fixed revenue side. So it is like running a business. I don't think people in the public sector, and perhaps a lot of the community, understand that you're running a business, nor the scale of the business with which you're running, nor the complexity. Since I have to look through your financial statements, I can say that they are the most complex of any government in Australia. Local government financial statements are incredibly complicated. Whereas the Commonwealth government ones are not. When I'm on those audit committees, those meetings are really nice. So I think the point is that there's a lot of complexity in finances here. And so using tools and having understanding of those is something that is much more an everyday event for you guys than it might be somewhere else.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's about it. We will proceed with the meeting. Thank you. I will seek a seconder for this, Councillor Duffy, and I will go to Councillor Kent.
I think Stephen was pretty comprehensive, and I just recommend the officer's recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment. I'll send this through to Ms Lidgard. Hopefully you've got that. Point 2 is changed to adopt the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee 4-year Strategic Work Plan 2025 to 2029 with the additional key strategic risk quotes, increasing frequency of climate change, increasing frequency of natural disasters and catastrophe and their impact on resourcing, assets, insurance and liability. sorry, if we can, that doesn't make sense with climate change and increasing frequency. If you could remove the word climate change and just leave it with natural disasters and catastrophe, please.
And just checking, General Manager, can we, because it's the ARIC's plan, are we able to amend that via this council meeting? Just to check.
We do need to be careful here. The guidelines for audit and risk do say to maintain the independence of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, the governing body of the council must be careful when adopting a strategic work plan not to direct the committee's work over the council term. What I would also say is that we are currently working through updating the strategic risk register, and that we may have slightly different wording to what you've proposed here. So staff are working through what that strategic risk will look like following the recent ARIC meeting. And I think what the chair was saying, while it wasn't necessarily called out as a strategic risk, it was considered in the development of that plan. So I would offer caution at this point.
Is a recommendation possible just for it to note? Or?
May I make a suggestion in line with what you've just said? Apologies for this. I'm really sorry. This is like last minute. To say an additional key strategic risk regarding natural disasters and catastrophe as noted in the minutes from the September ARIC meeting in line. So just to recognise what is...
Yeah, just put it out and we'll go at the vote. All right. Set up on it.
Thank you.
Okay, could I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Foley, Councillor Champion.
Thank you. I'll just speak quickly to say that I think I thank Stephen for his strategy and for his explanations, particularly in response to my question, which to me gave an unequivocal yes that this is very important and should be called out in the document. I'm just seeking to align the document with what has been recognised by the ARIC, and also, as noted in the presentation, is a critical emerging problem. So I'm hoping that we will all be on board with just aligning our strategy with that imported noted issue.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to commend Councillor Champion for her boldness in proposing this amendment. I know it aligns with Councillor Champion's philosophical views. However, I won't support this amendment. I prefer a focus more on controlling our finances rather than leaning into natural disasters and potentially using that as an excuse. We need to prioritise our spend on needs over wants. We have this year, we're facing a deficit of $5.9 million, and in my view, we're spending on wants such as the Nunangala Art Gallery funding, such as the Mittagong Playhouse.
Please speak to the motion.
So I don't think we should be focusing on natural disasters. We didn't need to dip into internal reserves. We can simply put pause on projects that are wants and not needs and manage our budget more responsibly.
Thank you, Councillor Moylan. Let's like to speak to this. Councillor Duffy.
I would like to speak for this amendment because sorry about Amelia's addition here. The natural disasters are not an excuse. They're a thing that actually happens. And so it's not an excuse for finances, but I think it does play an important role.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Through you, Chair, I was wondering if I could ask for Mr Horn's input into this amendment.
So Mr Horn isn't procedurally allowed to speak at the moment, so no. You can direct it to the General Manager, or you can direct it to me.
Are we able to, seeing we've got a resource here, are we able to, what's the,
Procedural motion.
yes, a procedural motion. Thank you very much.
Governance, can we run a procedural motion at this point after it's been moved? Not while it's in
Not
debate.
in the middle. Okay, thank you.
We're in debate, sorry, Councillor.
Thanks.
I would now like to speak to this. Councillor Foley.
Yep, I'd like to speak in support of it. The emerging risks of climate change and, as the wording there, natural disasters and catastrophes is evident on Wingecarribee. When we're talking about controlling our finances, they have such a huge financial impact on us. So I think that it's worth noting, as has been worded in this amendment. Thank
you. Councillor Kent.
Apologies, I'm a bit confused. So what is the practical, Councillor Champion, what's the practical impact of this requested change?
I believe just to bring our strategic documentation in line with what has been noted in the minutes from the most recent meeting, and to acknowledge something that has been strategically identified on record.
Councillor Kent.
So forgive me. So what do the minutes say? Do the minutes say want to make this change to the current strategic work plan? I don't know whether anyone can pull them up. I should pull them up for myself, but I think we're doing something on the fly, and I'm trying to get my head around what we're doing.
Okay. So have you got a direct question for the...
Probably not. I'm just confused.
Okay. That's right. Anyone else want to speak to this? Okay. I will now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Foley, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Smith. That is lost. We now revert to the original motion. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I note on page 9 of the report the quote, "The SRV process is complex and requires," and it goes on, "consideration of a range of options." And we had Mr Horn lean into this point today. I would like to remind councillors that we did make a commitment in the April meeting to avoid an SRV and explore other options. And to do that, as I was saying earlier, we need to prioritise our needs over wants and stick to core services of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
I support the ARIC annual report as presented.
Thank you. Anyone like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. I will now leave the chamber while the Deputy takes over for item 9.3, is that correct? Yep, 9.3, Community Financial Assistance Program. Actually, we all will. So Councillor Kent, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick is leaving. We do have a quorum. Have fun. Have fun.
Okay. I think so, yeah. Okay, councillors, we're up to item 9.3, the Community Financial Assistance Program, Grant Recommendations for Adoption. The recommendation is on page 11 of the agenda. Can I get a mover for this item? Councillor Duffy.
I would like to move the officer's recommendation with a change to support Medway Community Association application for the installation of a defibrillator at Medway Hall.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Russell, thank you. Councillor Duffy, do you wish to speak to this item?
Yes, I would like to speak for it. I just would like to support. I think that this is a huge body of work that's been undertaken. I fully support the officer's recommendation, and I believe that council will also support the addition that has been put in.
Okay, thank you. Any other councillors wish to speak to this? Councillor Farrell?
Yes, if that's adopted with the defibrillator there, I understand council staff provide the ongoing maintenance of the defibrillator.
Was that a question about, sorry, was that it was just a statement? Okay,
No,
thank
it
you.
was a statement.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak to this item? Councillor Russell?
I would like to acknowledge Medway Community Association, who have literally built themselves up from the ashes. Their hall was going to be demolished, but they've claimed their heritage back. They've worked hard, they've volunteered tirelessly. Every village and community in our shire, I believe, to my knowledge, has a hall, has a gathering place. Medway doesn't. We need to look after our people. Everyone needs a place to meet and grow community, and that's core in our community strategic plan. So thank you, Councillor Duffy, for this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy, would you like your right of reply? Oh, would anyone else like to speak to it first? Councillor Champion.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment in addition to Councillor Duffy's changed motion for a point, sorry, just looking at how many points we have. Point 10. Yeah, thank you. Point 11. That grant money for the Bong Bong picnic races marketing be withdrawn, and put towards support for the Medway Community Association's application, or point 10.
Thank you, Councillor Champion.
Thank you.
Are you happy with the wording there? I can't see it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Russell? Okay, Councillor Champion, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. The reason why I brought this forward, this amendment, is not only to support what I think is an appropriate allocation of funds in point 10. I support what's been discussed already. But to speak against council funding not-for-profits who are involved in the gambling industry. I don't believe that this is benefiting the community. I think that there is an argument that, sorry, I think that New South Wales is one of the jurisdictions in the world with the greatest amount of gambling harm. We have one of the worst problems facing any community, and I think that it is inappropriate for council grants, particularly at this level of community support, to be going towards something that is embedded in the gambling industry. Specifically, I think it's inappropriate for us as council to be supporting marketing around an organisation that supports gambling, and I'm very concerned about the implications for council's involvement with that. So I think it's far more appropriate to reallocate that funding accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
Just a question. Are we able to accommodate that point 11?
Do you, Acting General Manager?
Thank you for the question. Before I refer to the Manager of Community Life and Libraries, I will say that it is an eligible activity under the Community Assistance Framework, and Council have an adopted policy position and have adopted the framework. So I think, in my view, and I'll get some advice from the Manager, it's hard it's hard in that policy framework basis to be able to consider this request. Can a manager?
Through you, General Manager.
The request, again, as Shelley said, is through our framework as well as our policy. Where I have an issue is that Medway applied under the community grants and Bong Bong through community events. So they're two different streams and two different eligibilities. So you couldn't use the Bong Bong race, like the community event money, to fund the Medway. Medway can be funded through community grant. There is funding there, so they can be supported. So I would just take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Duffy.
I'd just like to speak against it, just because the money is for marketing. So I think council can stipulate what it's used for. And I think Bong Bong Races is a really great event and brings lots of people into our wonderful Shire. So I would just like to speak against this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Russell.
I would like to speak for Councillor Champion's amendment because I don't find that this is a strategic use of council money or aligned in any way with our strategic vision for the Shire. We could be providing in-kind support for the promotion. However, I doubt that because of the success of Bong Bong picnic races in previous years, I doubt that in any way it's going to make people aware who wouldn't already be aware by using this money, whereas we have other requests for funds which are based on needs. Not a great day out at the races. So I'm going to say that I'm going to vote this down. I also take on Councillor Champion's point about council being a role model in regards to gambling. I was actually just having a conversation with someone yesterday about the need for fresh leadership on this issue in this country, because I think after a particularly wonderful spokesperson a couple of years ago has moved away, there hasn't been the spotlight on this issue, and yet it is growing. And I thank you, Councillor Champion, even that we get to have this discussion. And if anyone out there is listening and having problems hearing this, I would encourage you to get help. I would also say to you that if anyone just says, I just enjoy a flutter, I appreciate that. But you're one of the lucky ones that might be able to afford it and doesn't face the considerable burdens on families and mental health issues associated with this industry. So thank you for your leadership, Councillor Champion.
Okay, thank you. And I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley. I will just check, do we have enough for that? Votes either way for the amendment to be lost? Yep, okay, the amendment is lost. We now go back to the original item. Councillor Russell.
I would like to propose another amendment.
Mm-hmm, yep. Do you have the words there for it?
Yes, or the governance can scribe.
Okay, yep.
That council, so it's just another point on it. Number 11, support Medway Community Association's application for a water tank for their village hall.
Can I, if this is the right time to ask, can I check question if that was considered in an original application?
Councillor the eligibility criteria means that the association can only be eligible for one grant. So it's one or the other under the current framework.
Thank you for that clarification. If it's in different streams, can the same... No, okay, that's good. All right. Withdraw that and put in a different amendment.
Are you ready for your second amendment? Yep.
Sure am. Replace financial support for Bong Bong picnic races with in-kind support instead for promoting their event through usual council communications.
And again to you, General Manager, I might just check if that is permissible.
Councillor Russell, we just need some clarification on what that looks like. So is that through, for example, Destination Southern Highlands platforms?
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, and
Yep.
with the rider at the end, that council does not support gambling activities, but does support a good day out for the community.
Yes, so I might just send over to the General Manager.
Councillor Russell, by that, are you proposing that we update the policy?
Are we able to update the policy at this point?
We'd have to re-exhibit it.
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay, do we need to change that amendment or are we good to go with that one?
So then we would add another point, point 12, that council update this policy. Oh, is it? Would you be so good, Acting General Manager, to... Oh, okay, all right. To include a stipulation that council does not support gambling activity. And then we would need to, I believe, and that then point 13, the community assistance framework and policy. With this change, in point 12, be placed on public exhibition for 6 weeks. Oh, no, 28 days. We're getting there.
Okay, Councillor, are you happy with the wording?
Very grateful for everyone's help.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Champion. Councillor Russell, do you wish to speak to it?
I believe I've made my sentiments clear about our need for leadership on gambling.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Russell. Would anybody else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
I don't think that we should support that. I believe that council's getting into an area outside our scope of responsibility. I'm not a gambler myself, but I don't think that council's got the right to get into that area of responsibility. It's outside our scope.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Would anybody else? Councillor Champion.
Councillor Farrell, thank you for that perspective. I would like to offer an alternative view, which is that I think where we might be getting into the weeds by directing staff on exactly where grants can and cannot go, to make a change to the actual policy framework in alignment with what we perceive to be appropriate values and strategy is probably exactly where we should be. And for that reason, I support this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody else wish to speak to this amendment? Councillor Farrell, do you have a question?
Probably not a question, just a statement. I stand by my...
I think you've already spoken to this item, so if you have a question, then
Fair enough.
you can ask a question. Yep. Did anybody else wish to speak to this item? Okay, we'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley. That amendment is carried. And now the amendment becomes the motion. Would anybody like to speak further to this one, or have we already had our speakers? Okay, we're up to a right of reply. And so this item was moved by Councillor Duffy. Do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
I think, yeah, we've come to a good middle ground on this motion.
Thank you very much. I will now put the item. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Russell, Councillor Foley. All those against? Councillor Farrell. That item is carried. We will now move on to item 9.4 and our fellow councillors will return.
Next, we have 9.4. We have another musical chair, I believe. Councillor Champion. Okay, the recommendation is on page 15 of the agenda, 9.4, Nadai River Bridge replacement. Could I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Boylan. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Foley. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll start with some questions.
Okay, so you're going to reserve your right to speak and then ask questions? Is that the idea?
Yes,
Yep.
yes,
Okay,
thank you.
great.
So I have quite a few questions, but it might be easier if I just ask one through you, Mr Mayor, of the Acting General Manager. Could you please take us through the events that transcribed for this project?
General Manager. Yeah.
Councillor, thank you for the question. I'll refer to the Director of Service and Project Delivery. Thank you, Mr McAllister.
Through you, Mr Mayor. I'll try and summarise it as much as possible. We put in grant funding back in around 2022, 23, when to actually get funding to do the project. We were successful with that. As part of that, we then prepared a whole range of tender documents, which included site assessments, geotechnics, went to market. When the pricing came back, it was considerably more than what the allocated funding approval was. Through council meetings, approval was then provided to provide additional funding to support that bridge or that project to move forward. Recently, with site excavations and commencement on site, some additional issues have been identified through contamination within the soil, and also the level of saturation of soil. So the site conditions vary significantly from what they were from the original geotech, and the report outlines some reasons and rationale behind that. We are now at the point where we are working with Transport for New South Wales and have submitted a change request to change the funding arrangements and the delivery time for the project.
Thank you. Else? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A few supplementary questions. So through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. Was there any land acquired for this project?
General Manager.
Again, thank you, Councillor. Mr McAllister.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, there was land acquired for the project. That was part of the delay in actually getting the project to where it is now. The main reason for the acquiring of the land was to realign the bridge to provide better access across the bridge. It also allows, given the way that the bridge is now designed, the retaining of the old bridge, which will preserve that heritage.
Thank you. Councillor Foley.
I'd like to speak for the officer's recommendation. I think the report clearly spells out that as much planning that can be done on these projects, sometimes unforeseen things happen, and I think that the approach recommended is a sensible one.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I'd just like to speak against this motion.
Okay.
Or I'd like to, sorry, not speak against it, just move against it. Thanks.
Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have some further questions. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. A couple of questions. How much was the cost of the land acquired? And also, if the project is abandoned, what will happen to the $2.89 million grant?
General Manager.
Mr McAllister.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, I don't have at hand the actual cost for the purchase of the land, so I can take that on notice. In regards to the grant funding, there is a deed of funding associated with it. Eventually, we are working through that with Transport for New South Wales, and if the project is abandoned for whatever reason, then we need to acquit that, and unspent or uncommitted funds would look to be returned back to the government.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to the Acting General Manager, with the hazards that were detected, why were they not detected in the scoping phase before we went to tender, and why were they only detected after?
General Manager.
Councillor, I think to Councillor Foley's point, for all intents and purposes, when we approach these type of complex projects, you can't anticipate every contingency that may arise. And in this case, Mr McAllister's already indicated that they were completely unexpected. We weren't expecting to find contamination material in the spoils. We weren't expecting to find the level of saturation in the water table around the bridge abutments.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
I would like to speak for the officer's recommendation. I'm really comfortable with those recommendations, so happy with that.
Councillor Russell.
Through you, Mayor, to the Acting General Manager, do we have a place where we could strategically adopt a policy that considers one-lane bridges instead of the design of two-lane bridges for budgeting purposes?
General Manager. Look, I don't know that relates to this item, but General Manager, do you want to take this question?
Councillor Russell, can I just get some clarification? Is the question, are we asking, is that an option for this specific project?
What I'm asking, acknowledging the history of the project, that we went from a smaller build to then a bigger design that incurred a budget blowout, so we had to defer other projects and we were widening the bridge. And at about the same time, I'd had representations.
Sorry, Councillor, I'll just get your question.
I'm clarifying as per the Acting General Manager, Mayor. At about the same time, I'd had representations from a mayor from another area who said, why isn't Wingecarribee adopting a policy of one-lane bridges for certain projects? But we wouldn't want to be, I'm just thinking that this might provide an opportunity for us to strategically say we're a country area. Is there a policy around where we, as councillors, for budgetary reasons and strategy reasons, say that one-lane bridges are to be considered?
Senator Manager.
Councillor, I might refer that question to Mr McAllister. Mr McAllister, is there a position that you can foresee reasonably that council will adopt a very firm stance on single-lane bridge?
Sorry, point of clarification. Not a firm stance.
Sorry, Councillor, you got to go through me, not to speak over
Through
Yes.
you, Mayor. Not a firm stance, but just a policy consideration, because some people haven't come from a country area and they might not understand that there's a tradition of single-lane bridges.
Okay. Yeah, we are. Look, I'm going to I'll get the
Point of
answer off
order, Mr Mayor. 5.13.
Councillor, we'll deal with one
A point of order needs
Councillor?
to be stated.
We'll do one point of order at a time, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Smith's point of order first. Sorry, could you repeat?
Point of order, are we getting off track from the actual matter at hand?
I believe we absolutely are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask General Manager if we can get this answer off the Director and we'll move on. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. With 15.3 of the meeting code of practice, the councillor must state the provision of the code that the point of order is breaching.
It's up to the Mayor to request that of them if they need to. It's not a requirement under the Act, under the code, and it's also not a point of order to raise someone raising a point of order. So we're going to move on. Thank you. General Manager.
Mr McAllister?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I think if we were to adopt an approach like that, it would be a very narrow focus. So as with all projects, and if I speak to this bridge project in particular, what we look at doing when we renew infrastructure is bring it up to modern standards, and or that we ensure that we have a level of safety provided not only to meeting current day standards, but also something that would actually cater for future growth within the community. And when we have a bridge that will last somewhere between 50 and 80 years, we need to cater for what the community will actually look like in 80 years. A large thing that will obviously influence bridge is growth, right, within the community and traffic volume. So it can be applied, but we do that as part of the options assessment when we look at each individual project, and then what will need to be designed and facilitated to not only meet immediate community needs and safety requirements, but also will actually deliver needs into the future.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy.
I just would like to say that I'm against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The report refers to, through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. The report refers to a $1.2 million of building components. How did we spend, or why did we spend on this $1.2 million on building components, or did we? And why did we in the process? Is it usual to spend this amount of money before the works are actually done?
General Manager.
Councillor, I would imagine there'd be certain lead times on having particular pieces of equipment manufactured. So there would be, it's not unusual to be able to advance order components for the bridge, but I will refer to Mr McAllister to see if these have anything else to add.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I can confirm that 1.2 million relates to the prefabricated bridge components, and they needed to be ordered as soon as we had council approval to move forward with the project, so that the project could actually be delivered in line with the grant timelines.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you again to the Acting General Manager. Are there any other landholders or other members of the community that will be impacted if this project were to be abandoned?
General Manager.
Mr McAllister, please.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no.
Okay. All right. Councillor Duffy,
Can we put this motion to the vote?
we can.
Mr Mayor, I have an
Councillor,
amendment.
Sorry, Councillor, it's been asked to be put. I'll give you a right of reply.
Mr Mayor, I have an amendment to propose.
Sorry, it's been called to be put. The conditions have been met for it to be put, so you have your right of reply, and then we'll move to the vote.
Councillors, I do think this was a significant amount of money, $1.2 million spent on the building components. And we also did reallocate $1.05 million in an earlier meeting away from roads to make this project happen. So what I would like to see is, I understand that this is an update on the project, and I appreciate the officers for pulling together this report. What I would like to see, however, is a mitigation plan so that we have committed to action items to mitigate any further loss should this project be abandoned. There's a lot of money at stake here. It was with one supplier. I understand the complexities of balancing grants with tenders, etc. But we really should, at the very minimum, come back to council with a report on a mitigation plan. So that's what I'll say to that. It is important, and I did raise this in an earlier meeting, that we go to tender to multiple suppliers at any time so that we build leverage and can then make sure that any discrepancies, not detecting hazards earlier, we can use the full benefit of that leverage on the supplier. So with that, I will support this motion. No, actually, I won't support this motion or this report because I would like to see some firm mitigation commitments made.
Thank you very much. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Moylan and Councillor Russell. That is carried. Okay, 9.6, Local Traffic Forum, Terms of Reference and Committee Minutes. I'll seek a mover for this. Councillor Russell. Sorry? Oh. Apologies. We better get Councillor Champion.
I would like to move it with a change.
2 seconds, I'll just wait till Councillor. Councillor Russell.
I would like to move the officer's recommendation with a change.
Okay, have we got those words?
Yes, and it has been emailed through to governance this morning.
Great.
That council adopt the terms of reference for the Local Transport Forum as informed by the 2025 authorisation and delegation instrument from Transport for New South Wales. Approve the delegation to the General Manager for the functions of the 2025 authorisation and delegation from Transport for New South Wales, except in instances where a statement of concern has been submitted regarding a proposal. Review the delegations to the General Manager after a trial period of 6 months with a report back to Council with advice from participants in the Local Transport Forum regarding the functionality of the new system and any recommendations for improvements. 4, receive and note the minutes of the Traffic Committee meeting held on Thursday the 11th of September 2025.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell.
Traffic is a very important issue for our constituents. Before we delegate all our powers to the General Manager, I believe we need to see how this new advisory body operates in practice. It may be that there are teething problems that will not be clear until the Traffic Forum, Transport Forum has been up and running for a time. I believe our electorate expect councillors to participate in the new process in these early stages, particularly where there are statements of concern. That way we can best understand how advice from the agencies is presented to council considered and acted upon. This instrument, councillors, is a new and very technical document. I am certainly not opposed to delegating most of the decision-making to the General Manager, where this new advisory panel feels comfortable leaving that input at discussion level. However, as this is new and untrialled and untested, I believe we need to err on the side of safety and see how it pans out before completely giving away our decision-making role. It is my belief that some matters referred to the instrument relating to traffic will need our consideration. A 6-month review enables us to have a better understanding of what is referred to the Local Transport Forum. It is too early to know at this stage. We don't yet know what we don't know. If we remain at a higher level of involvement to begin with, as is suggested in this motion, then we can get some more feedback from our electorate on what they expect to. At the end of the day, when decisions are made, ultimately, we are the ones who will be held to account.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Question to the General Manager through you, Mr Mayor, please. In reading the material in the business papers, it seems to me that the original recommendation was in accordance with the changes that Transport for New South Wales have made. Can I have that confirmed or denied?
General Manager.
That's correct.
Okay, would I like to speak to this?
Can I just finish it? So I do not support making changes to guidance that have come from the state government that is being rolled out to other local councils on the basis of, one person's point of view, and we've had no official correspondence from any agency on this to request a change. So I strongly stand against this proposal change.
Councillor Russell.
Question through you, Mayor, to the General Manager. Is the Acting General Manager aware that it is merely an option to delegate away some or all of those powers not recommended?
General Manager.
Yes, we are aware that it's an option, as are most delegations from Council to the General Manager.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, what is a statement of concern?
General Manager.
I'll direct that to the Director.
I will refer this to the Manager of Assets, Mr Robinson, only because of his direct involvement in and can provide a greater day of detail for you.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor. A statement of concern is under the new instrument from Transport for New South Wales, the forum does not have any voting or decision-making delegations. It is simply a referral body. However, it does then still contain the provision for if there is a proposal that Council is looking to proceed with that Transport for New South Wales has concerns with that can't be resolved through discussion or negotiation, there is the provision then for Transport to provide a written statement of concerns, which, as per the conditions of the instrument, then requires a formal consideration and response from Council.
Thank you. Let's like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
I have a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. Will this forum be open or closed to the public?
General Manager.
Mr McAllister.
Given his nature and writing of the terms and conditions, I will refer this to the Manager of Assets.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mayor, the Local Transport Forum will operate with the same public participation opportunities as what the Local Traffic Committee previously had, which is similar to the Planning Panel. So it has an open session at the start where community members are able to make presentation and representation on agenda items. The forum, now not committee, then retires for conversation and deliberation and then returns to a public meeting to share what the outcome of those conversations and deliberations were. So that part's unchanged.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you again to the Acting General Manager. What's the logic for closing that section of the meeting?
General Manager.
Mr Robinson.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mayor, it's the same logic applied for the planning panel, such that conversations can be had and they can be of a working nature.
Thank you. Who else like to speak to this? Okay. Councillor, would you like your right of reply?
Thank you. I appreciate all the questions here because they highlight just how much is yet unknown about this process. In response to Councillor Duffy's question, the decision-making around a statement of concern would not come to an elected council unless we support the sentiments in my motion today. Otherwise, there would be no democratic oversight of decisions. If I look at the page 7, which are quite a large scope of decisions. The function of the Local Transport Forum includes advice on street design, infrastructure and traffic control facilities, coordination of planned events and activities, advice and information sharing on transport plans, policy and management, just to mention a few. There's been a bit of confusion, I believe, in the business paper and from the answers I've seen from staff about line marking having to come to the Local Transport Forum. When I dug deep into this policy, that would only be the case if it was to stop public transport for more than 24 hours or a period of 6 months. The usual functions of traffic control will still be able to be managed by council, but we will certainly know more in 6 months' time about the sorts of decisions that are being made, and in that time, not let our community, ensure that we're not letting our community down if there are statements of concern from Transport for New South Wales Police, the local members of council, and or the operator of any public passenger service likely to be affected by traffic control work proposed by the delegate. So I would appreciate our support in this uncertain period to ensure that we're upholding our governance responsibilities and the expectations of our community while respecting the GM's delegation.
I'll now put that to the vote. So that was the right
Mr Mayor, sorry,
That's Councillor's right of reply. I'll now put that to vote. All those in favour?
May I ask a question very quickly,
No,
Mr
put it
Mayor?
to the vote. I've put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Boylan, Councillor Russell, those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. Could I have a mover for 9.6 Local Transport Forum? Councillor Kent. And a seconder? Councillor Smith.
Was there a foreshadowed motion?
No. Because it was lost, we still need to address it. It was your motion, it wasn't an amendment, so now we need to address this. So Councillor Smith, sorry, Councillor Kent, would you like to speak to this?
Not in any detail. I've read the business papers and the attachment, and I support the recommendation and commend it to the other councillors. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Champion, do you have a question?
I'm sorry, it was just a procedural question. I didn't understand what just happened. So my confusion was that... would you mind?
So Councillor moved the motion with a change, and I think everyone thought it might have been an amendment. Because that was then lost, we can't go forward without a resolution of that item. So now we've kicked back off with the officer's recommendation, which Councillor Kent's moved, and then Councillor Kent's outspoken. So where we're up to is back to the original officer's recommendation, and it's open for speakers. So would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Smith.
I'm for this, and I'm for the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Boylan.
Mr Mayor, may I make a suggestion procedurally that we slow proceedings down a little? I've noticed a couple of councillors get confused or not keep up with where we're at.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
Okay,
so I'll speak to this. Actually, I've got a question to Councillor Russell. I appreciate the responsibility of council with any advice that comes out of this forum. The previous amendment or motion that you moved
Sorry, councillor.
Would you say
we
the-
please keep questions pertaining to this motion? So
Sure,
councillor's
okay.
motion was lost. If you can stick to the questions around this
Okay.
motion, please.
I'll ask my question, I'll reframe it to Councillor Russell. Do you see that councillors won't be as easily held responsible if there's this delegation of authority to the general manager? Is that something that you see with this new forum?
If we delegate in this first instance all of our powers to the general manager without fully understanding the quantum of what those are, particularly when there's concerns from agencies, we are completely devolving ourselves of our independent democratic oversight where there are matters of concern. And my concern through you, Mayor, to Councillor Moylan, and thank you for your question, is that if we support the immediate delegation, which is not prescribed.
So, sorry, councillor, are you speaking against now? Because I'm satisfied.
I am answering.
I am satisfied you've answered that question to Councillor Moylan. It's my call as the chair, so I'll ask you: are you speaking against, or are you going to wrap up the answer to the question, please?
I'm wrapping up the answer
Thank you.
to the question. So, in regards to the delegations, it's not prescribed, and council will not be able to have any input. And once we delegate that away, it's very hard to redo it.
Thank you very much. Would you else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell.
Can we put this to a vote now, thanks?
I don't think the conditions have been met. Sorry, not yet. Councillor Boylan. Councillor.
I will speak to this. I am concerned for two reasons. I think this sort of meeting, it's not a committee, it's a forum, should be open to the public. And secondly, I agree with Councillor Russell that this forum is at the end of the day advisory, and councillors will be holding responsibility for any decisions it makes based on this advice. So I am not supporting this because I think having the delegation to the General Manager should be something that is transitioned as per the previous motion put forward by Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
I'm speaking against the delegation to the General Manager, and I would like to raise a couple of case studies for fellow councillors' consideration. In another LGA recently, there was a change of speed limit and the community weren't consulted, and there was quite a considerable backlash. Community expects that we are going to have some input into certain decisions, certain strategic decisions, and make sure that the community voice is heard. And at this point, that is not the case. I would like to propose an amendment. I'm going to try again. I'm going to propose an amendment, slightly different.
Can I have the words?
That under 2, that we review, and that we review of point 2, we add it to the end. Review the delegation after 6 months.
Is that identical, councillor?
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Could I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Moylan. Would you like to speak to this, councillor?
Thank you. I'm the one who has read these documents. I've also got experience of hearing firsthand not just how council management wasn't taking on community input. For example, in a previous instance, I didn't want to have to raise it, at the...
Yes, councillor.
Disrepute making accusations.
No, I'm providing a case study through you, Mr Mayor. At the Kaleidoscope Festival, it actually was only because decision-making was able to be there was significant input allowed from the community, and I want to make sure that we are just having that different perspective and angle on this. Now, we don't know yet what this is going to look like. We can give everything to the General Manager for 6 months. It can come back to Council. Everything, if everybody is happy with that, then we don't have to worry. But if anything in that time has happened that community members have raised concerns about, then at least we've got this in place as a safety net.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am attracted to this amendment because it speaks to understanding and appreciating our responsibility. We are responsible for the decisions made based on the advice from this forum, and the decisions we are making impact people's lives. And that's why we stood up to be councillors, to make decisions and be responsible, make decisions that will impact people's lives. Secondly, there is no risk to this amendment. There is only upside. So a vote against this amendment is a vote against something that will only help us and the forum and certainly the community. So again, there's no risk to voting for this amendment, and I actually think it reinforces the responsibility that we have.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this amendment? Okay, great. Would you like your right to reply, Councillor? There is no right to reply on an amendment. Thank you. I'll now put the motion. What am I doing? All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Foley. Sorry? The amendment, sorry. Apologies. Councillor Duffy, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. That is carried. We are now back to the original motion. Would anyone else like to speak to that? Great. Councillor Kent, would you like your right of reply?
No.
Okay. I'll now put that motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Okay, item 9.7, disclosure of interest returns. I'll move that. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Foley. I will collect these off the GM. Okay. And okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Great. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.8, Safe Highlands, 25 to 29, draft for public exhibition. The recommendation is on page 27 of the agenda. Could I have a mover? Councillor Champion. And a seconder? Councillor Foley and Councillor Champion.
Sorry, I'd like to move with a change if
My
possible.
fault.
Yeah, sorry.
What's your change?
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation with a change to include during the public exhibition period that further consultation be undertaken with community organisations to confirm the plan aligns with community expectations and needs. And I can send that text
Yes, please.
through.
We might have a 5-minute break, recess, if everyone's happy. Procedural motion to do that. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Moylan. That is carried. We'll have a 5-minute recess. Champion was moving with a change, is that correct? To catch me out. And we have the words now. Yes.
Sorry, yes,
I
I should send that through to Ms. Lugard.
Okay. And the words are good there on the screen?
Sorry, I think we can get rid of the word to, so it just starts with include. Otherwise, yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Foley. Councillor Champion.
Thank you. I want to explain why I want to add this, but I also just want to speak generally to the strategy. Firstly, I really want to applaud the staff for bringing forward this Safe Highlands strategy and for raising safety as an important issue for our term. Like, it's really important that we have addressed the fact that our previous strategy was expired, and particularly the addition of new preventative measures to do with domestic and family violence and disaster resilience, and the initiative to engage the Youth Council on safety, including highlighting the response from young girls to have safe spaces for them. However, the reason why I've added the change, or suggesting that change, is that some people who work in safety, mental health, youth support, and other sort of affiliated social work have already raised with me that there are quite a few things that may have been omitted from this strategy. They've had a bit of a look at it over the last week. For example, there's no focus there on child protection or sexual assault. Homelessness is an issue that our community is increasingly concerned with, which is very understandable given the pressures on housing, but that's also not mentioned despite its interrelationship with mental health, addiction, family and domestic violence, discrimination, youth safety. I've also been contacted by an LGBTQI+ group with some ideas about addressing the emerging concern about reducing discrimination and improving community inclusion. So I think, and then finally, the number one concern that was already flagged by our community during the consultation phase was disaster. And people are understandably very anxious about bushfire and flood, but climate change and disaster resilience and how we're going to respond to that hasn't been touched on here either. So I think as councillors, we rightly talk a lot here about the immense expertise in our community. Safety is an issue that's very close to my heart personally. And I'm conscious we have experts who work locally in the area and have a lot of very specific, direct ideas about what we need to do locally that can be better. So I'm keen to see this strategy go on exhibition, but with that targeted consultation from specific community groups. I also want to take this opportunity to encourage people with lived experience of being unsafe in our community, or with other ideas to contribute throughout the exhibition period to make the strategy stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to commend Councillor Champion in her amendment here. I think consultation, an extended consultation with community is critical anytime, but particularly with the subject matter that we're dealing with. So I thank Councillor Champion for her leadership here.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay. I will write a reply, Councillor.
No, thank you.
Great. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Okay. Item 9.9. Sorry, Councillor Kent, yeah.
Chair, I'd like to move a procedural motion that the speaking time be set at 1.5 minutes in accordance with section 10.4 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Smith. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Ked, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. That is carried. We do have some people in the gallery that flagged to us. We're going to bring forward the item 9.14, licensing and licensing. So that'll be so they can go home. I'll move a procedural motion of that to bang that forward. Could I get a seconder? Councillor Kent. I'll put that to the vote. That is carried unanimously. Okay, item 9.14, leasing and licensing of council land and buildings policy, draft for adoption. The recommendation is, God, we have a lot of comings and goings tonight. Item 42 on the agenda. Could I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Duffy, a seconder. Councillor Kent, Councillor Duffy.
I understand that this is a huge body of work that has gone into this policy, and so I am in support of the officer's recommendation for this policy.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
First, I'd like to thank Jill Cockerham again for coming along to speak in relation to this item. I guess my question to the Acting General Manager through you, Mr Mayor, is having heard the Mossvale Community Gardens concerns, and I guess their concerns would be similar to some other organisations with limited capacity to raise income, can you please just provide some advice about a pathway, assuming this policy is endorsed today, a pathway for organisations such as the Mossvale Community Garden to engage with the policy in the context of their limited capacity to raise income, because basically I don't want, speaking for myself, I don't want to see organisations such as the Community Garden have to, cease because they can't raise funds to pay rent. Thanks.
General Manager.
Thank you, Councillor Kent, for the question, Mr Mayor, and I'd also like to acknowledge the comments made during the public forum. What I'd like to do before I answer your question directly is to reiterate that the intention of the policy is not to put small community groups out of business. What it is to bring consistency, transparency and fairness to the way that we manage our facilities inside the context of Council's very real financial sustainability and asset management challenges. So what I want to do is, to specifically answer the question, there are two pathways. The first one is the matrix in the policy allows Council the flexibility to vary tenure and subsidy levels by agreement in exceptional circumstances. Now, exceptional circumstances has been left deliberately vague to recognise the fact that these community groups, it's not a one-size-fits-all proposition. Every situation is different and therefore exception can't be truly defined in this context and needs to be done on a case-by-case merit. The second one is that, and just on that, if that pathway is followed, it comes to Council for resolution. So that debate can happen here in the chamber and those community groups can again, like they did today, make representation in a democratic process. The second aspect of that I want to draw Council's attention to is the fact that the policy has been updated specifically to include hardship provisions. So for example, the Mossvale Community Garden Group today, I would think it would be quite reasonable to assume, without obviously going through the process, that that would be an obvious case for hardship, in which case, again, that would come to Council to be dealt with by exception and by resolution. I believe that the work has been done, the community has been listened to, and there is enough flexibility in this policy for Council to adopt it today, and that's our position.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you very much for the explanation. Excellent. I'm generally in agreement with the policy. It was more a specific thing around organisations such as this. So my summary of your advice is that organisations such as this, if this policy is endorsed today, should write to Council soon to put their point of view. Is there a process in the apologies? Is there a process in the document, or can you give some advice as to what they do, please?
What we can do, Councillor Kent, is reach out to the Mossvale Community Garden specifically on their matter. However, for general cases, we won't be dealing with these matters until such time as the lease is expired. Now, if they're on a holding over arrangement, that contact will be made soon, as soon as the policy is adopted, so we can get those conversations started and underway. The process is a little time consuming to get going, but in terms of representation, it'll happen through part of the course of the assessment process.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. So my take on it is that I assume that all of the organisations in here have varying leases that expire at different points. Some may be 10 years in the future, some may be next week. So is that correct? It may be, if we decide on this today, is it correct to assume that some of these things would not then come up for review for 5-10 years' time?
General Manager.
That's correct. So that the policy doesn't apply until such time as the lease is set to expire. So there are some organisations that have been holding over, basically waiting for this process to be resolved. But there are other community organisations and other organisations that are commercial in nature whose leases don't expire for 10, 15 years in some cases. In which case, in that period of time, this policy will have been through the council chamber under review at least twice, if not 3 times, and the council itself will have changed over the same amount of times. So we might be dealing with a very different context by the time we get to those horizons.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
I have an amendment.
Sure. Cool. Have you sent that through?
I have.
Great.
So the amendment is the same as the previous. It says, adopt the leasing and licensing of council land and buildings policy included attachment 1 to this report with the following amendment to the appendix, community rental subsidy assessment matrix. Score 4 is amended to 100%. It's there. Score 3 is amended to 80%, score 2 is amended to 60%, and score 1 is amended to 40%.
Okay. Could I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell.
I don't know if any of my colleagues have ever had to go cap in hand asking for hardship assistance. It's not something that you are able to necessarily do with pride or dignity. When I look at the definition under score 4 of hardworking community volunteers who give 150% of their time to just supporting community and putting that bit in extra for the community, I want us as a council to say thank you. Your in-kind donation to the community, of which you understand the value of community spirit, you understand intrinsic motivation. It's not a monetary value. It's invaluable, and I've worked with enough volunteers over my time to know that volunteer burnout is a real thing. And the suggestion that if you have a chance of survival, you have to come cap in hand and undergo a bureaucratic, with the acknowledging the kindness of council here, and Acting General Manager, I really do acknowledge the nuances and the sustainability principles inherent in this policy, I do. But this is a time of financial hardship. It's a time when cost of living pressures are really up. So this is going to have knock-on effects, not just to community facilities that have essentially value-added council land, for the most part, where there wasn't value. We should not be charging community groups for using their community halls. Yet that's implicit in this. We should be, in anything, removing barriers for community groups. That commercial users of halls can pay the fees for sure, but not our community groups. I argue that without giving 100% discount to the score 4 people, it just poses unacceptable risks. I looked into our community strategic plan. We've got an aspiration that our volunteer level will increase from 18%. Unless we are backing our volunteers, unless we're acknowledging them, the immeasurable value, that they are adding value, and saying thank you, not with respect, come cap in hand for a handout.
Thank you, Councillor.
Then we're not. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Would now like to speak to this, Councillor Kent.
I would just like to speak against the proposed change. I don't see this as people having to come cap in hand. These after all, we have the responsibility of managing, they are council assets. So, you know, it's not like they're owned by the community organisation. The community organisation's got to come to the council cap in hand. It's the other way around. They're owned by the council, and I'm satisfied that the current policy leads with its head but includes the heart that the Acting General Manager has already outlined. Thank you.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Mullin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I commend this amendment by Councillor Russell. I think it keeps the integrity of the overall policy whilst also recognising the particular needs of the Score 4 organisations. So I think this is a very good balance and there's little to no risk in adopting this amendment.
Councillor Russell.
I have a question through you, Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. It's my understanding that Moss Vale Community Gardens pays for their water usage, but, for example, from the answers to the councillor questionnaire, that the community preschools do not. Is that correct?
General Manager.
My understanding, Councillor Russell, is that council pays for the connection charges and the users pay for their usage.
Councillor Smith.
I have a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. Obviously, this matrix and the scoring and subsidy levels have been very well considered. Do you have any concerns with this particular amendment, particularly making Score 4 100%?
General Manager.
What I'll say, Councillor Smith, is that councillors are always faced with a trade-off, and the trade-off in giving 100% subsidy is that someone else has to pay, and that someone else is the ratepayer. So the subsidy is to offset the cost of owning the assets or holding the asset, so the cost of ownership. At the moment, even an 80% subsidy wouldn't even cover our basic compliance obligations. However, Moss Vale Community Gardens is a separate and exceptional circumstance in that regard because it's land, it's not a facility. So again, case by case.
Thank you. I'll speak against this. Look, we speak a lot about financial sustainability. We can't in one breath say we want to avoid a rate rise and we don't want to cut costs, and then we can't even keep up with the maintenance on our dilapidating buildings. So this is not about price gouging anybody for anything. It's about collecting just enough to keep the building maybe with its head above water. So it's tough decisions like this that lead to the financial sustainability that we're trying to achieve, and I don't support this amendment. Councillor Champion.
I'd like to speak in favour of this amendment. We are seeking fiscal responsibility here, and I want to be very clear, council can't afford not to have these community organisations that are being threatened by potential, with the potential licensing changes. I just want to point out research consistently shows that every dollar invested in early intervention and social wellbeing saves between $7 and $20 later on by reducing crime, vandalism, socialisation and ill health. Prevention is always cheaper than cure, and to treat these contributions as costs rather than investments is to misunderstand their value. So I think it's important that we consider the possibility of when we're dealing with an organisation that has a really clear alignment with what we're trying to achieve, that we think about the benefits there in dollar terms as well as the costs.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Smith.
I'd like to speak against the amendment, and basically because I think there's enough within the existing policy that allows for exceptional circumstances, and I think that this really needs to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis if we're to give 100% subsidy. So I'm against this particular amendment.
Thank you. Okay. I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. Those against? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is lost. We're now back at the original motion. And apologies, who moved that? Duffy. Sorry. Would else like to speak to this original motion? Councillor Russell.
In its current form, I can't support this motion. coming into a governance role, I really would like to see that we set up really positive, strategic, systemic systems that revitalise our community after we've come through the bushfires and COVID. I just think of the application of this, you know, we have a disaster event and our community need to come together in a community hall and there's a charge attached. When it comes to those basic Group 4, the people involved in that, we're running such a risk by this blanket approach and the extra bureaucratic hurdles. When you're pushed, the last thing you want to do is have to jump bureaucratic hurdles. We want to be a kind council. We want to be a council with a hell of a lot of heart that shows that we're really looking after the most vulnerable people with the least red tape. Yet here, by saying that Score 4 are going to have to apply to council, we're putting red tape in the way of those who are already doing more than their fair share of the heavy lifting in our community. And that's not something that I would be proud of.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah.
Okay, would else like to speak to this? Councillor Champion.
I'd like to propose an amendment, please. I've sent through the text, but I'll read it out. So that council seek point 1. Sorry, I'm not sure how this relates to the existing numbering. Point 1, council seek legal advice on the deeds relating to Mittagong and Gumnut preschools. Point 2, staff prepare a report outlining possible alternative sustainable licensing models that account for differences in organisational revenue. And point 3, the above reports and policy are brought back to the next ordinary meeting of council for consideration. Sorry about the weird highlighting.
Just get some commentary around the just timeframes there.
Councillor Moylan, a month's not achievable.
Champion.
Sorry.
That's
Champion.
okay. Thank you for pointing that out. My apologies. Let's just, can we replace the word next with the next to an upcoming?
Okay, could I get a second over this? Councillor Russell, Councillor Champion.
Thank you. The reason why I've proposed this amendment is clearly threefold. We have had very recent representations from the 2 preschools that are mentioned here about some legal issues, and we have had councillors have had really helpful feedback from staff, which I do appreciate, and I do understand that, you know, that has been deeply considered. However, we have only had a few hours to review that information, and I also note that we haven't got legal advice on a legal question, and I'm concerned that it is a legal question. Secondly, the proposal that we're considering is understandably seeking budget repair, but the financial benefits are potentially limited, and they will be extracted from some of our most valuable community organisations run by volunteers, and they're the people who are least able to give it. So the policy that's being proposed here that's requiring community-based not-for-profits to pay a percentage of market rents isn't necessarily fair. I spent time considering specific amendments to help the preschools and to help other specific worthy and needy organisations, but by then the policy was so full of holes it was like Swiss cheese. I'm really concerned that we are approaching this with the assumption that continual assessment of exemptions is an appropriate way to approach it. 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I'd like to speak against this amendment. The timing of the receipt of the communication from those 2 preschools today, on the day of the meeting, I think that was very unfortunate timing. I'll just leave it there. I've seen the communication, and I'm not supportive of calling out to organisations when we're trying to put a framework down in a difficult area that's been considered for months. If I've read the material from the two preschools, I'm personally confident there is no concern. If there is something material, we can always go back and amend the policy, but if we dilly-dally around, we'll just never get anywhere. So I'm against this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Can I ask a question through you, Mr Mayor, of the Acting GM? In relation to Mittagong and Gumnup Preschool, we were speaking about timeframes for leases. Do you have a sense of when they're coming up?
So both of those leases roll off in 10 and 11 years.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
I am in support of Councillor Champion's amendment. We are acknowledged in a financial sustainability mode, and as the Chair of ARIC this morning referred to, considering a special rate variation and how that process might look. Now, we are looking at all sorts of options through that process. We want to look at what one thing that we have discussed is asking the community, perhaps not just what can they afford, but also what do they want? What do we want council to provide? We haven't done that question yet. Why are we starting with this sort of putting the burden on these organisations when not-for-profit is such a broad canvas? It is a broad brush. There's national organisations and there's their little grassroots community groups. And I think that while the officers, and I really do commend, as I have, staff for the nuances in the policy, this isn't where we should be. This isn't where we should be trying to aim the big guns at the first. As our first step. I mean, as a council, because as soon as we take from them, you know, we're saying that our resources are more important than their work, because it's taking away from the work that they're doing, building their little facilities.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Duffy.
I'd just like to speak against this amendment. I think we need to look at the broader strategy and the financial responsibility that we have. Sorry about Amelia. And we acknowledge the works that these groups do, or the amazing work that they do, but I think we really need to keep a broader approach on this for the broader strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Farrell.
As it doesn't come in for 10 years, it's not going to affect them for 10 or 11 years. I don't support this.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I commend Councillor Champion on this amendment. And I've just been listening to some of the debate. I do think we're going with some themes rather than actually looking at the amendment itself and the intention. So point number one, we should never shy away from legal advice. There's no risk in that point. Point number two, this is further exploring complexities and nuances in the policy around the revenue of each organisation, and I think that's to be commended. And point number three, there's some flexibility in the time frame involved in that. So I don't think this is a rework. I think it's just a nuancing of the existing policy.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? I'll now put the vote. I'll now put the amendment. Yes. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. Those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is lost. We're back at the original motion, and I will put that motion. So I believe the conditions have been met to put the motion. That was the original? Where are we at? What have we got? Okay. Councillor Moylan.
Mr Mayor, may I make a suggestion again for you to kindly slow down in the procedures of today's meeting? There's been a number of occasions where councillors have missed out on opportunities to speak, have been confused and haven't understood what you're actually saying.
Will do, councillor. Do you want to speak to this?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
So, councillors, we have a difficult decision to make and we are balancing council's needs of financial sustainability with essentially the community's needs. I've always said that our core services are roads, rates, rubbish, DA approvals, parks and sporting fields. Our core services are not preschools, girl guides, scouts and so forth. I think this is a very reasonable policy. It's got inbuilt flexibility in it. The narrative is not about financial sustainability, it is about a contribution to council to look after its own assets. However, when I look at the bigger picture, and Mr Mayor, with respect, you talked about financial sustainability. We have not taken this same principled approach to much bigger ticket items, such as the $500,000 we are spending without scrutiny on Nungala Art Gallery, such as renovating a theatre and going into bad debt for that. This is not a need, it's a want. Converting a pool into a river for $10 million without any business case. This is penny pinching from small organisations in the name of financial sustainability. And we are taking essentially from the most vulnerable to pay for multi-million-dollar projects without a business case.
Thank you, councillor. Must I speak to this? Okay, I'll now put the motion. I've put the motion, councillor. All those in favour? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. That is carried. Item 9.15. Sorry about that. Councillor Foley. Oh, where to go back? Oh, here I was thinking. And I had a page to go. Okay. Item 9.9, draft code of meeting practice and draft public forum policy for public exhibition. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Kent. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Farrell. Councillor Kent.
I commend the officer's recommendation. After all, it is coming down from the state government and it is going on public exhibition. So really we are going to be going out and seeking feedback on something that is reasonably vanilla and considering that feedback when it comes back. So let's get it out to public exhibition.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
I'd like to propose an amendment.
Okay, do we have the words for that?
I don't think I've sent it through. I'll read it out. Sorry. So in point 1, remove from 5.35 make it what, point 1? And in inverted commas, a webcast recording can be altered after it is recorded to remove any content that is not suitable for public broadcast or that may expose the council to a potential legal liability. Full stop. Any such edits or modifications will be notified publicly on council's website. So at the very start of the sentence, remove from the draft code of meeting practice. And then in the point 2, which will endorse the amended draft code. Thank you.
Okay, happy with the wording there?
Thanks.
Councillor Kent, are you happy with this amendment? No, I'm not. Okay, Councillor Russell, I'll need a seconder. Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell.
I recognise the care for council behind this proposal, however wish to highlight what I perceive to be the inconsistencies and risks. I believe the inclusion is at odds with the maintenance of orderly conduct and the intentions of Minister Honig in this revised code. We have just come out of administration and a performance improvement order. If our previous council had allowed themselves to edit our behaviour as they saw fit, what would that have meant? At whose judgment? How can this proposal be purported to be walking the talk on accountability and transparency? We have come out of a performance improvement order and have undergone a comprehensive induction system. During that time, we have had the extra protection of our webcasts at times being edited. However, now we have come of age, it is time for our training wheels to come off. Commitment to the integrity of live stream recording supports all councillors and staff alike to conduct ourselves to the standards set by our oaths of office and this code of meeting practice. We've all taken these oaths and made these commitments. If we are all as marvellous as we believe ourselves to be in the regular backslapping that goes on, there should be no instance where we have anything to fear about what we say within the public forum and working environment of a council meeting, including in our breaks, frank and fearless. If someone does do something where there are potential legal implications, then that is a matter for code of conduct proceedings or the court, not for censorship. Our meetings are live streamed and attended by community members. Therefore, if any behaviour has the potential to be of concern, it's already in the... I'd like to apply for another minute, please.
Okay, that's a procedural motion. You'll need a seconder. All those in favour? That is Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Patrick. That's the end of your time. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And before I ask a question on the agenda item, I'll ask a procedural question of you. I have asked 3 times now, Mr Mayor, for you to slow down in the procedures of this meeting. You don't seem to be listening. There have been
Councillor,
a few occasions...
are you raising a dissent against the chair?
No, Mr Mayor, I'm simply making the point that haven't been able to make amendments.
Councillor,
and
if the conditions are met for a motion to be put and that motion is put, it is to be put without any further. That is the conditions of the code.
You are required with respect to see if anybody else has an amendment or wants to speak to a motion.
Unless the conditions are met for the motion to be put and the motion is put. Thank you, Councillor. That is my ruling, Councillor. That is my ruling.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor,
I have a question. I have a question, a new question. Did you see that I had an amendment to make and was not able to make it?
After the amendment was put.
Mr Mayor, I have a question through you to the Acting General Manager. Regarding 5.35 of the changes in the Code of Meeting Practice, live stream of meeting, and the suggestion to edit the live stream if it's inappropriate for public viewing. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, what does inappropriate for public viewing entail?
General Manager.
Are we still speaking to Councillor Russell's amendment? Because I think we've reverted. No, your amendment has gone from the screen is what I'm saying. So are we speaking to the amendment or has it reverted to the original motion? Because I thought we voted down just the extension of time, not your amendment.
Okay. Sorry, we'll just go to governance.
Mr Mayor, I have a question again.
2 seconds, councillor. We're just going to defer to governance. So we're at Councillor Moylan's question about what constitutes content being removed. Is that correct, councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. And before I get to that, I do have a question. If you could please slow down. We are losing place of where we are. Councillors are getting confused and it's stifling debate.
Councillor Kent.
I'm a bit tired of the same point being made by Councillor Moylan. She's saying councillors, plural, are getting confused. I think she's the only one who's making this point. So can we just put that in context and move on?
Thank you, councillors. If you raise it again, councillor, I'll move a motion to dissent. We'll ask the councillors for their advice. Thank you. Back to the question.
Yes, so 5.35 refers to a webcast recording being edited and redacted if it's deemed inappropriate for public viewing. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager, what would you deem as inappropriate for public viewing?
General Manager.
Thank you, Councillor Moylan. I understand the provision has come from Office of Local Government Guidance. However, I will refer to the Manager of Governance.
In terms of this provision, is a supplementary provision that we've included. The intention is to be able to edit footage where there may be defamation brought against us. So it's really just giving us the ability to do that. I will also say it is in line with guidance that has been provided by OLG around webcasting meetings as well.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Can I just clarify, through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager, that this is a provision inserted by Wingecarribee Council rather than a mandatory from the Office of Local Government or the Minister?
General Manager.
I can confirm. So the text that is in green is a supplementary provision that Council has inserted. The provisions that are in red have been chosen as non-mandatory. Beg your pardon.
Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director, to the Acting General Manager. I'd just like clarity around, what guidance from the OLG has informed this if it wasn't in what the Minister put forward, because I know this has come back from a lot of consultation, this draft code of meeting practice.
Thank you. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. That point is noted. The guidance is the Office of Local Government's guidance around webcasting. The Manager of Governance has already indicated. The purpose of the supplementary provisions is to make sure that the Code of Meeting Practice is fit for purpose for council by council. So it's about our context as Wingecarribee.
Thank you. Councillor Duffy.
I would just like to speak against this amendment. I do believe that it is important to have this included in the policy, and I think it's pretty common sense.
Thank you. And I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
I speak for this amendment. Whilst I understand the officer's point on protecting council for any potential defamation claims, I think it's also appropriate to be protecting councillors or staff or any member of the public gallery for the same thing, and in which case we need a true and accurate record of the meeting in the live stream to be public available. Also, I think this is flying in the face of transparency, which is paramount and is certainly the spirit of the reason for these changes, and something I know that the Honourable Minister for Local Government, Ron Hoenig, is definitely pursuing to his credit.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
I'd like to speak against this amendment. I feel it's unnecessary, and I'd also like to remind councillors that this is a draft code that will be placed on public exhibition, so there will be ample time for feedback on this.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Okay, I'll now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, all those against? Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. That is lost. We are back at the original motion. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have some amendments to make.
The word to that?
In point number 2, after from the date of exhibition, in point number 1 rather, after the date of exhibition, comma, incorporating the following changes. Roman numeral 1, remove 3.10, notice of motion restrictions, semicolon, Roman numeral 2, remove 3.14, questions with notice restrictions, and I reserve my right to speak to that amendment, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Could I have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The general thrust of these changes in the draft Code of Meeting Practice is about freedom of speech. The Honourable Minister for Local Government, Ron Hoenig, talks a lot about encouraging councillors to engage more in political communication, and indeed he encourages councillors to even criticise council. We cannot do that if we're restricted in what we do here. We can't do this if we're restricted to notice of motion, one notice of motion per meeting and one question with notice per meeting. We are in a time where we're getting rid of a lot of committees. There's a select few who can speak at public forums. We have only had elected representatives for a year now, after a lot of years without that representation. And now if we're looking at restricting what they say, how long they speak for, and how many notice of motions they bring to the chamber, then it completely flies in the face of all that these changes are about, and certainly what the minister is about. So I think we need to encourage councillors to do their job and advocate for the community, and as the Local Government Act requires us to do, to be the communicator between council and community, and we can't do that if we're restricted in what we can actually bring to chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I'm against this amendment. Let's get the draft out to public exhibition and consider all of these things in the fullness of time. Thank you.
Councillor Foley.
I'm against this amendment. I'd just like to make a point around the clauses that have been included in green. As far as I'm aware, these clauses are ones that were included by the Minister and by the Office of Local Government. No? Okay. They were not. All right. That was my mistake. But I'd like to see this policy go out on exhibition for feedback.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Okay, I now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, all those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor... So I'll go again. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. That is lost. We are back at the original 9.9 draft Code of Meeting Practice. Would you like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
I am in support of this going out for public exhibition, and I would really like to encourage the community for having input into it. There are some important changes that Council has suggested above and beyond what is stipulated by the Minister, and I would really like to hear from everyone about what they think, particularly the issue I raised before about the live streaming. You know, our meetings are live streamed. You know, we have community members here. Therefore, if any behaviour has the potential to be of concern, it's already in the public domain, even if it's in a break. The horse is bolted, and the rumour mill can be far more damaging than the truth. The truth sets us free. I believe editing the live stream stinks of a cover-up and cronyism and risks greater reputational damage by creating suspicion that council is not transparent or accountable. To my mind, undermining trust is far more damaging than the potential flash in the pan caused if someone is caught on hot mic letting off steam. That just provides an opportunity for personal and professional growth. It is our imperfections and how we grow through them that makes us interesting and develops character. Growth can only occur by being honest with ourselves, each other, and our community, and demonstrating, and that's demonstrated when we own up and apologise when we know we haven't been our best selves or we have made a mistake, not by hiding like shrinking violets behind what could be perceived as a council protection racket.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As I was saying, the Honourable Minister for Local Government, Ron Honig, refers in quite a few social media posts of his and in Parliament and in Senate estimate meetings to the right of all of us to political communication and the freedom of speech, which is implied in the Constitution. And he encourages us to feel free to criticise council, his words, and engage in transparent decision-making. The Code of Conduct and the compliance documents related to it are invalid where it is inconsistent with this right to political communication, and we should not see criticism of council as a breach of Code of Conduct. That is the driving force behind these changes. I am in support of the prohibition of pre-meeting briefings. Transparency of decision-making is critical, and it creates an environment where each councillor feels free to think independently and and promotes optimal decision-making. I'm against the live stream of meetings being cut to only benefit council. We need to be confident with what we're saying, and we are in a democracy. I support the enhanced acts of disorder in 15.11 and 15.10, particularly the requirement for an apology and
Councillor.
retraction.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, you good? Oh, sorry. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Safi.
I would just like to speak for this recommendation to get this out on public exhibition.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Kent, you'd like to write a reply? Okay, with that, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.11, pedestrian access and mobility PAMP for Mossvale Barrel Mittagong draft for adoption. The recommendation is on page 36 of the agenda. Could I have a mover? Councillor Russell. Sorry, you're happy as recommended?
Certainly am.
Yep. Seconder, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Russell.
We need to get these things out there and grant funding for our PAMPs as soon as possible. This is an identified priority, our transport infrastructure. We've got a huge amount of funding for roads, but we know that all of the best quality of life in accordance with our North Star comes when we make sure that we've got the integrated public transport options available for our community to support all stages, all ages, and so I support this.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to speak to this. Councillor Farrell.
I support the motion as it is.
Thank you very much. I'd also like to speak to this. Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Item 9.12, Cemetery Master Plans, Barrel, Berrima, Bundanoon, drafts for adoption. The recommendation is on page 38 of the agenda. Do I have a mover for this? Councillor Smith and a seconder. Councillor Champion, Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this?
I am for this motion and the officer's recommendation.
Would you else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell. Sorry.
I have an amendment that I've put into governance.
We'll just get them words up. And I keep turning around just because I don't have a screen, so if that's rude, I'm sorry.
I'll start reading it out while Daniel finds it. It's that council defer the cemetery master plans for the Barrel Cemetery, Berrima Cemetery and Bundanoon Cemetery at attachments 1 to 3 until they can be considered at the next ordinary meeting of council, with inclusion of the research that was conducted post-adoption of the previous cemetery master plans identifying areas suitable for natural burial sites in the, I'm sorry, I put master plan, but in the 11 March 2020 ordinary meeting. I sent it through at 6:15.
Okay. Happy with that wording, Councillor?
Very nearly. I think I've... so instead of the master plan at the before the date, you can just take out in the and put after. I know it's dead boring, isn't it? After the...
Good one.
Yeah.
Okay, could I get a... You happy with that, sorry, Councillor?
Yes, thanks.
Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Champion. Councillor Russell.
when I had I actually had thought that our intention going out to public exhibition was that we included this back in, so I'm rather puzzled that it's not there. I looked at the last policy that we adopted in 2020, and it was considered a big improvement that we'd included this capacity. You know, it's one of the, you know, lives, deaths, marriages, separations. It's one of those really significant times for our community. Not everybody everyone should have a right to be buried in the Wingecarribee within a graveyard, in a cemetery, whether they have, you know, according to their belief systems, and some of those are natural burials. So this is about inclusion. It's also about equity and affordability. And the work's already been done back in 2020 to determine which areas, and we can consider that at the next council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Kent.
I'd just like to speak against this proposal. I've just looked at the attachment to the business papers, and there's absolutely nothing about this in the community feedback. So this has been out on public exhibition, and we've got no feedback about this at all, and now we're bringing up this new item.
Thank you.
I have a point of clarification.
There's no such, sorry, this has been an occurrence in the thing. There is no point of clarification. I'm sorry.
Misunderstanding, sorry.
Misrepresentation.
Misrepresentation.
Sure.
I am representing community members who have come up to me during the exhibition period. They haven't done a written submission, but they have made submissions to me on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Champion.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, a question for the Acting General Manager. I notice in the cemetery policy that's also up for the draft for adoption today, point 9.4 talks about natural internment and said this option is available to all internments within all cemeteries. Councillor Russell is talking about something that was evaluated in 2020. Has that already been incorporated in some way? And is that reflected in this 9.4? Sorry, I'm trying to be clear, but I'm just trying to point to the fact that there is some provision for it and understand how much of that has been dealt with so far.
Manager.
So just for clarification, is the question, Councillor Champion, does the policy include the provision, and is it necessary to now? And if that answer is yes, is it necessary? Is this amendment necessary?
Yes, that's the first part. And then the second part of my question would be around, is there any need for additional provisions in the master plan to accommodate that?
Manager.
I might defer to the Director, Service and Project Delivery, Mr McAllister.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Back on the 19th of May ordinary meeting, it was resolved that we would include a definition around natural burial. That has been included in the policy at 9.4, as you have pointed out, Councillor, with the statement there that each option is available to all interments within the cemetery. So that will effectively cover off what this amendment is trying to address, because it's available for all interments in all cemeteries.
Question through you, Mayor.
2 seconds, Councillor Champion. Are you...
Thank you. I'm still thinking about that.
Okay, Councillor Russell.
Question through you, Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. Does that mean that it doesn't matter, you can have a natural interment whether you're in a Christian section or a Roman Catholic section or whatever, or it was my understanding that you had to have a specific area identified for natural burials?
Through you, Mr Mayor, my understanding that you can now it's the option based upon the interment itself, so it can be based upon the individual interment.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this?
If that's the case, I can withdraw the amendment, if that's guaranteed.
We can't withdraw, but I acknowledge your intent there, so we'll put it to the vote. So if you're happy to go ahead. Okay. I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? Sorry. Sorry, you've lost me there. You got me good there. All those in favour? All those against? Against is unanimous. Apologies for that. You got me. We're back at the original 9.12 cemetery master plans. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put the motion. Sorry, right, a reply to... You do want to speak?
Is that okay? Yes,
Yeah,
please
yeah,
speak,
yeah.
just
Do you
quickly.
want,
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to say I'm very grateful to the members of the Southern Highlands Australian branch of the Australian Plant Society who responded to this document with their knowledge and have identified some problems prompting staff to remove exotic species with invasive tendencies from the planting guide. It's a big improvement to protect our local ecology and I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we good to go? Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is carried unanimously. We are up to item 9.13. Item 9.13, cemetery policy draft for adoption. The recommendation is on page 40 of the agenda. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
I'd like to move it with a change.
Go ahead.
That we include the definition and including to the inclusion of the definition of natural internment as defined in the existing policy in 9.13. Sorry, that might be my bad.
I think it's not.
Yeah, sorry, it is. My notes. Oh, it's 1.2 is the natural burial provision, but natural internment. So it would be 1.2, I think. Yes, that's it.
Okay, can I get a seconder for this? Councillor Champion? Councillor Russell?
I think being death is sacred, and I'll just read out the definition for all of you because people will naturally want to know that their understanding of natural interment or burial is the same as council's. I would hate for any sort of confusion, and this definition is already in the policy. I see no need to take it out, knowing that there is various perceptions of it. So natural burial is any area nominated by council for use as a natural burial area within a council cemetery. Will retain the natural vegetation with only minimal maintenance to remove weed species. All interments in natural burial areas are to be single depth and the location recorded by council staff. No permanent memorials or physical markers are to be placed in a natural burial area. All materials used in natural burial areas, including coffins, caskets and floral arrangements, must be made of fully biodegradable or compostable materials.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Champion.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, can I ask the General Manager a question, please? Is there any reason that we can't elaborate on this definition? Will it conflict with any of the other intentions of the master plans? For example, making natural burials available in any plot in any cemetery?
General Manager.
Mr. McAllister, can you take this question, please?
Thank you, General Manager. I will actually defer this to Mr. Robinson, the Manager of Assets, who has a little bit more in-depth knowledge with the background and the definition of the natural burial.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe part of the intent between looking to do the update for the new proposed policy is that my assessment is that the definition in the existing policy is a little bit of a middle ground between what different perceptions or definitions of natural burial could be. And so that is what the part of the recommendation was when it last went to council, is to actually have what is the clear definition of natural burial, because it can mean different things to different people, and Sometimes natural burial is almost used to describe like a wild burial of sorts, which is unmarked graves in bushland areas, not in designated interments in rows, things like that. And that is almost what the current policy is alluding to, but it doesn't provide the specification required of council must still have records, council must be able to locate where the burial is. There's still requirements around trees and roots. And so to have something like that would require in the master plans to have a full dedicated spot that doesn't have any formalised lawn beams or infrastructure. And that's not what is proposed within the master plans. And so the definition of natural burial that's looked to be adopted in the current policy, and that's been reflected throughout the master plans, is simply the use of biodegradable materials such that a burial can occur without any lasting impact in that sense. But it would still be in one of the standard burial interment plots. It would still have a lawn beam such that you are in your registered spot in that sense. It's not a natural burial in the sense of a wild burial where you walk in, in that sense.
Thank you. Okay, would else like to speak to this? Okay. I don't believe, the governors let me know I needed to collect a sector on that, so I'm sorry about that. Do we have a seconder on that?
Oh, yes, we had two.
Okay.
I have a question,
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you.
I have a question through you, Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. Is there a way that we just adopted it, so we can't look at it for 3 months, but if we put this intention in and perhaps say that the master plan comes back in 3 months so that we can allocate an area, knowing that we just adopted something with a bit of a misunderstanding.
What's your question, Councillor?
Yeah, so the understanding is, would it be feasible to put in, after this amendment, that we have another, to include this definition, and then we have another amendment, say that the cemetery master plan come back in to council in 3 months' time with those areas identified?
So, Councillor, you asked, could you just ask your question more concisely? I don't quite understand.
After, presuming that people are supportive of people's choice, like to have a wild,
Could I just have your concise
yes.
question, please?
After this amendment gets up, are we then able to put in another amendment easily to say that we consider the cemetery's master plan again with a space for natural burials as prescribed?
Councillor, it's your choice to run another amendment after this amendment, so...
Are we not talking about the cemetery policy, though? We've already voted on the master plan?
The cemetery
So we
policy.
we voted on the
So
master plan already?
we'll run the amendment we're on and see where it lands, and then if you have you can run another one if you see fit. Okay, with that, I'll now put the amendment, apologies. All those in favour? Councillor Champion, Councillor Foley, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell. All those against? Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. We're back at the original cemetery policy draft for adoption. Would else like to speak to this? Okay. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That is Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Moylan, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Russell. That is carried. Item 9.15, Water Main Renewal, Whites Creek, Mossvale, Tender Evaluation Report. The recommendation is on page 47 of the agenda. Could I have a mover for this? Councillor Duffy, and a seconder, Councillor Moylan. Councillor Duffy.
I support this motion and the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Let's speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Moylan. I have a question through you to the Acting General Manager. I saw the budget for this tender at $2 million, but I couldn't see the total figure for the project or the successful tenderer. Could we have some clarification on what the figure is?
General Manager.
Councillor Moylan, and before I defer to the Director, we've been careful in not including those type of figures in the council reports so that they don't have to be dealt with in confidential due to commercial in confidence provisions. However, Councillor, oh, sorry, it's getting late. Mr McAllister, would you have any other comments to make for Councillor Moylan's questions that I haven't covered?
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor. I believe you'll find that the amount is allocated within the recommendation in the business paper. It is funded out of a more holistic program of works, which totals up to $2 million. To put that in simple terms, there are a number of water main renewal projects that will be funded out of that $2 million.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Foley.
I'm speaking for the motion. I support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Great. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Item 9.16, investment reports, September 2025. The recommendation is on page 52 of the agenda. Could I have a mover for this, please? Councillor Moylan, and a seconder. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question through you to the Acting General Manager. I noticed the General Fund has varied below year on year. Could you please, Acting General Manager, give me some understanding as to the reasons why?
Councillor Moylan, unfortunately the CFO is unwell and unable to attend today, and whilst we have one of the coordinators here, I think it would be fair if we just took that particular question on notice tonight.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, great. Anyone's like to speak to this? Great. With that, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, and that is carried unanimously. Item 9.17, Development Assessment Progress, September 2025. The recommendation is on page 54 of the agenda. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Farrell, a seconder. Councillor Duffy. Councillor Farrell.
I support the motion.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. We just got the September DA League table results. Could you please help us understand that table? Is the far right figures, are they year-to-date figures?
General Manager.
I know someone who can help you with that question, Councillor Moylan, Director of Community in Place.
Thank you, Acting General Manager, for you. The right-hand side is the month, September. So there's headings in yellow up the top. And the left-hand side is the financial year to date, which is the first quarter of this financial year.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think my question was misunderstood. I'm looking at the bottom right-hand corner figures. So September 25, and then we've got 85% determination rate, 100% in-house allocation. Then the next column, 25-26 full year. I'm assuming that's year-to-date.
General Manager.
Mr McCabe.
Yes, through you, Acting General Manager. The bottom right quarter, let's say, is a combination of Council League table data and our own data, and compares the month and the financial year to date.
Thank you. We also like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question for yourself, Mr Mayor. Do you accept that your commitment to meet the Minister's timeframe has not been met, and why?
The commitment we all made in the mayoral minute, you're referring to? Because that was not my commitment, that was a motion of the entire council.
Mr Mayor, I'm referring to your particular commitment made publicly.
So that commitment, so I will answer the question, that commitment that was made by all councillors, and I believe it was a unanimous vote of that motion. So just because I bring it as a minute doesn't mean that it's mine. It means that it's considered by the council, and once it is adopted unanimously, that is a position of the entire council. But in answer to your question, I absolutely believe we made the achievement, yes.
Mr Mayor, I have a follow-up question. Do you accept that your personal commitment made publicly to meet the minister's timeframe has not been met?
So we never made a commitment to meet the minister's timeframe. You'll be aware we made a commitment as a council to meet 62% meeting the minister's timeframe, which was the state average. So we made no commitment to get all of DAs to the minister's timeframe. It was our own personal goal as a council to hit, and had no reference to meeting the minister in full.
Mr Mayor, I have a follow-up question. Do you consider it your personal responsibility or staff's responsibility for these DA development timeframes?
So DAs are an operational matter. We allocate resources and we provide space, and a big part of my role is to advocate and project to the public how we're doing. That's what I see my role as. Councillor Kent.
I'm against this motion.
Councillor Foley.
I'd like to speak for the motion. I believe there's been huge gains made in the DA space in the last year, and I think you can't look at sort of the league table as a simplistic thing, but one of the most standout factors to me is the determination rate of 118%. We're getting more DAs processed than we are getting in, which is an incredible achievement over the year, and I think the staff have done a really good job to uplift the DA approvals.
Councillor Russell.
Through you, Mayor, and I would also like to speak, but first I have a question to Councillor Kent. I noticed that he didn't support it. I'd really like to hear his reasoning, seeing that limits the potential for debate.
Councillor, the council's not obliged to answer questions, but I will. Councillor.
I won't be providing an answer to that question.
I'd like to propose an amendment then.
Okay, go ahead.
That council set a new goal to exceed the state average for average assessment days of DAs. That's out, yep. That's right. To meet the state, exceed the state average for average assessment days. Relating to DAs.
Happy with that working? Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell.
The state average for average assessment days is the metric that really matters, because that's actually how long it takes to approve a DA, and that's what the community actually see. The state average for this year is 84 days, or 102 for last year. Instead of setting a goal for percentage of applications meeting expectations days, Wingecarribbee's expectation days are already the slowest in the state because of past poor performance. Even July's figures that dropped down to 166 were the worst in the state, other than a few tiny rural councils like Oberon and Broken Hill, and were still twice the state average of 84 days. Cherry-picking September's numbers is meaningless when DAs take a year to assess. Wallandilly is a similar council, and their average assessment days is 59 compared to 210 for Wingecarribee. Council should send a team down to Picton to study why Wallandilly is doing so much better. Wallandilly isn't an isolated case either. Shell Harbour is 47 days, Kiama 72, Goulburn 93. There's clearly an argument that we need to be measuring the right thing to get this council back on track.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I'm disappointed with this proposed amendment and I'll speak against it. I'm not sure where the Councillor Russell's been. We've had much discussion about the fact that the new council inherited a significant backlog of aged items and that has contributed to the average days assessment. 210 is a significant reduction on what we inherited. We need to stay the course and deal with the backlog and accept that we are not Wallandilly. I drive to Sydney a little bit. Wallandilly is full of cookie cutter houses on the side of freeway. That is not the Southern Highlands. And if that's what you'd like, vote for that.
Okay, thank you. I will speak against this motion because, again, I've made it very public and multiple times, so I'll be brief. To reiterate what Councillor Kent said, the commitment is to clear the backlog. The backlog severely affects the average days. I have said until I'm blue in the face that we have about 50 or 60 DAs to go when you look at the numbers, and when we are down to around that 150 mark, the average days will dramatically increase. It is a simple maths equation. So stick the course, I agree with Kent. The 72% has been raised is a perfect thing to achieve, and as I said in my video I made public, we're not going to bite off more than we can chew, and I am against this amendment. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I commend Councillor Russell's amendment here. I think we need to strive to exceed the state average. Nothing is insurmountable. We all have challenges. Wallandilly itself has challenges. They have a rapid development with Wilton. They've got more bushfire zones than Wingecarribee. They have the same mix of town and rural land. They also have Sydney water catchment areas. They also have flood-prone areas. And they've got more land use conflict than we do, with houses alongside farms, mining, national parks. Kiama has 72 days. And their whole shire, except for the town, is also in a bushfire-prone area and national park. Flooding, coastal erosion, rapid growth, apartments are on the increase. We all have challenges. Nothing is insurmountable. And I take your point, Mr Mayor, that we must stay the course, but we need a circuit breaker here. We need dramatic change. We can't just keep going with what we're doing. This is no reflection on the heart and the effort of staff. We just need to get from the bottom of this league table and go for gold. And that's why I'm supporting this amendment, because it's fresh, it's positive, and it's setting a new goal to exceed.
Councillor, do you know what Wallandilly did not have? A significant backlog. And that is what is affecting these average days. So, Councillor Smith.
Just one question for you, Mr Mayor. When you spoke before, you said that the average days would dramatically increase. Did you mean
decrease?
Decrease?
Decrease.
Thank
Decrease,
you.
Yeah.
I have a question through to you, Mr Mayor. We have to deal with a backlog in any case. How is this? How is this contrary to dealing with the backlog? As soon as we deal with the backlog, this comes to light, and the figures that we see, we're measuring apples for apples with this. These are not the average. Are not the average assessment days what everybody sees?
Well, correct. That the average assessment days is what everybody, much to my annoyance, that is what everybody sees. Yeah, as I've reiterated 100 times in a video. Look, I don't support it. I think going for 72% of meeting the minister is an acceptable approach. That's what I feel. So, yes, we can. Who moved this? Oh, sorry, this is amendment. I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, all those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. We're back to the original motion. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment to make.
Can I have that wording?
Thank you. So paragraph 2 or item number 2, if we make that one 1. Oh, sorry, that's still the amendment, isn't it? The previous amendment. Okay. So item number 2.
I think Councillor Moylan's right.
Oh, yeah, that is the previous amendment.
So we should be back at the original motion. And moving an amendment. Yep. Yep. And we're just getting the words from Councillor.
The original motion is not on screen.
Okay. So I don't have a screen, so I'm flying a bit blind here.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'll make the amendment and then I'll speak to it. So 2 is council to bring back a report in the November ordinary meeting with a renewed action plan to support 1.
Point number 1, Councillor?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Could I have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Russell, Councillor Moylan.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, with all of the commentary around statistics, etc., I fear there has been a normalisation of being the worst in the state for DAs. We talk about the backlog of DAs and we refer to them as dragging our average down. However, these are not just statistics. These are people, families, businesses, and also the economy. As I was saying earlier, we're not unique. Every council has its challenges. Kiama has its challenges and they're at 72 days. Wallandilly has its challenges, they're at 69 days. Anecdotally, the stories I hear often are heartbreaking. There was a resident I met in the park at Wingello, Mr Mayor, with her 3 children and husband, and they're living in a caravan while they wait for their DA to be approved. She comes to the park so that she can get some space. Anecdotally, again, I bumped into a resident in the foyer of Council Civic Foyer from Bundanoon with her 2 children, and they had been waiting years for their home to be built. And they can't afford the rent on top of the mortgage repayments and then the building costs. Nothing is insurmountable. We just need a circuit breaker. We need a more aggressive action plan, and we need to contemplate the real potential of losing our planning powers. We refreshed the planning panel. Let's use it.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Councillor Moylan. I'll speak against this. So, Councillor, you are exactly right about the mums and dads missing out. And when we come in, we had 450 potential mum and dads with an unassessed DA. We now have 196, I believe, maybe less, due to the astonishing work of that department working the backlog down. If it's not impressive that we've deleted that many items off the shoulders of this staff, then I don't know what is impressive. To me, it's astonishing. And on the plan, we have a plan in play and we're following that plan. But further to your point of you overlaying another plan, the Minister also has a crew of people that are working on a plan. And as I said in my public video, they still haven't given us an action. So you're wanting to layer a plan on a potential coming plan. So I do not agree with this amendment.
Mr Mayor, I'll speak to a misrepresentation and misunderstanding.
Go ahead.
I'm not referring to a plan on a plan on a plan on a plan.
I mean, over.
I am referring to our existing plan being more aggressive. We need teeth to make this work. At the moment, we have no consequences,
Okay, thank you.
and
I
another
understand.
year
I
is
understand.
not
Thank you,
acceptable.
Councillor. I understand. Councillor Kent?
I'm against this amendment.
Okay, would else like to speak to this? Councillor Farrell?
I'm against this amendment. We're not taking into account of all the tremendous work that the planning at the DAs have happened over the time. We've still got the backlog that we're dealing with that you pointed out, and until we get that backlog down, our average time is going to remain the same. So, you know, like, we keep knocking what the DAs are doing, like what they're doing in the DAs, approving DAs, but no credit's being given for the tremendous work that these people have done over the time. And we're not going to fix it overnight. We inherited 400 odd DAs in backlog. We've been working on this for 12 months and we've done a terrific, well, not me, but the people in planning have done a tremendous job to get it down to what they've got it down. And we've got to stop knocking these people for the tremendous work they're doing. They're doing it right. And I don't know, we just seem to be bashing people about their head.
There's a couple of councillors that are doing it. It's not we. The majority are fully supportive of what the staff are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Unfavourable terms set of councillors. I object to the...
I'll uphold your point of order. Thank you, Councillor Molan.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Mr
I'll
Mayor.
uphold your point of order. Thank you. And we'll clean it up, guys.
Okay, I'd like to
No,
ask
that's-
for a retraction and an apology for that, please, of Councillor Kent, not Councillor Farrell.
Councillor Kent, do you wish to make an attraction?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, would anyone else like to speak to this?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Thank you. I have a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Acting General Manager. We refreshed the panel, earlier I referred to the planning panel, I meant the panel of external consultants. We refreshed the panel of external consultants not long ago. I'm assuming that the intention was to take those backlog and the longest DAs off the current consultants and look at giving them to other planning consultants on the new refreshed tender panel. Is that a correct assumption?
General Manager.
Mr McCabe.
Through you, Acting General Manager, in the recording that won't be edited from last month, I clearly said that the DAs that are already allocated to the existing consultants will remain. It makes no sense to take it away from them, particularly if they're coming close to finalisation.
Thank you. Councillor.
Mr Mayor, I have another question through you to the Acting General Manager. What is the key change we're going to make if we're serious about achieving these results to get through that backlog? Are we going to just continue doing the same, or is there going to be a pivot here?
Well, Councillor, I will pass it on, but we're doing it. You're insinuating that we're not clearing a backlog, that we're not getting through DAs. I'll remind you that as we come in with 450 DAs, not only has that number gone from 450 down to 192, you're not adding into the fact that every month 40 or 50 come in that go on top of that have to be assessed. So that backlog, it's not just getting that down, it's also continuing to assess and get in front of the 40 or so that come in and month out, as well as the backlog. So your insinuation that we're not getting on top of it is bizarre to me. So, but I will pass it on. So, General Manager.
Mr McCabe.
Through you, Acting General Manager, I'd just like to use this opportunity, I'll try and be concise, just to clarify a few things here. First, the examples that you gave, councillors gave, none of those councils are the Water and Sewer Authority, Sydney Water are. That's the first thing. Second thing, the examples you gave in the current financial year to date, those councils, none of them have determined more than what they've receipted. We have. We've done 18% more. So if you want to really understand how we're going, I really encourage the community and councillors to really look at the council league table, filter it, sort it, and really have a look at what's happening. My staff are doing a great job, and it's important for the political arm of this organisation to show their support of that great job. Some of the amendments that were proposed would fail. They are mission impossible. So we all know about SMART goals. We're all educated people. So let's set SMART goals.
I've got a question, Mayor.
Councillor Smith.
Oh my God. I would like to speak against this amendment. I think it's unnecessary, and yes, I think the original recommendation will suffice.
Yeah, would also like to speak to this, Councillor Farrell.
Can we please put this to a vote?
I don't know. Sorry, the conditions haven't been met. Councillor Moylan. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to speak to a misunderstanding and misrepresentation. I'm not insinuating, respectfully, Mr Mayor, that we're not doing anything. What I am seeking to achieve is something faster to get to our goal. I fear that all of this analysis is normalising being at the bottom of the list of the league table and normalising those families who have got the longest
Thank you, Councillor.
DAs.
I accept your clarification. Councillor Russell.
I need a point of misrepresentation to. Well, I'll speak on this.
So you're speaking for or against?
I'll
this
speak
motion?
for it.
It's okay.
And then we can put it.
Okay.
I'm quite concerned. I'm quite concerned by Councillor Kent's insinuations.
Sorry, are you speaking to Councillor Kent?
No, I'm speaking to council, that anyone in this room, staff, councillors included, is trying to bring anyone down or not in favour of us working collaboratively. We are all working collaboratively, and it's frankly unhelpful when councillors impute otherwise. And I was not. Our role as councillors is to represent the community. We acknowledge staff. We know staff work hard. We know their hearts are in the right place.
I'm sorry, Councillor, but I want you to speak to the amendment, please. You're speaking to comments made around
this amendment. Around this amendment and how staff are working and what the intention of these amendments are. Now, the Director of Communities and Place said, look, Wallandilly isn't the water and sewer manager, but that's our Section 68 approvals and the timeframes for those that have been blown out because we've been focusing on the DA approval times. So they're not actually relevant in this case because we are only looking at the DA approval times and we want to be comparing apples with apples. I commend...
Point of order, is this, I fail to see how this is speaking.
This is...
May I?
This is speaking to the report...
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Smith had a point of order.
I fail to see how this is speaking to the amendment.
Yeah, I will uphold that. Please speak to the amendment, councillor.
We do need a report back. We need a cycle of continuous review. I'll give you an example of something that we could be considering. Our DA staff at the moment are spending a lot of time on DAISY. I've had reports back from certifiers that, you know, every time they ask Daisy a question, she gets it wrong. So we could be improving the time onto the DA approvals, not onto Daisy.
Thank you, councillor. Councillor Kent. I believe that, okay, yeah, I'll put the vote. So this is the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, all those against? Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith and Councillor Fitzpatrick, if I didn't already say myself. That is lost. We are now back at the original development application, 9.17, offers of recommendation. Someone would like to speak to this? Councillor Duffy.
I would like to speak for this and just congratulate the staff and the amazing work that they've done.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
I want to, Mr Mayor, clarify that the...
Councillor, are you speaking to this?
Yes, I'm speaking to...
To the officer's recommendation,
Yes.
the 9.17? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I want to clarify that the tone in this room is not due to a
Councillor,
lack of recognition.
What has that got to do with this item?
It's about development assessments, Mr Mayor.
Okay, can you please
Yes.
speak to it?
Yes, don't let my answers interrupt your questions, but I am
Councillor,
speaking
the
to
chair has
development
precedence over
assessments.
the meeting. So I'm asking you a direct question. Please speak to the item.
Yes, just when I'm answering your question, you ask another question, so I don't get the chance to answer it. But yes, I am speaking to this item, and it's about development assessments, and that's what I'm speaking about. So I want to put a line under the tone of this room around development assessments, and I want to make sure that the interest shown is for everybody in council staff and for those affected by these DAs. And the sanctimonious comments insinuating that certain councillors aren't supporting staff are not helpful. We need to pull together, both as staff, councillors and community, to get to the right solution here. And we all want to get up the league table. I think it's achievable. What we need, however, is something more
Thank you,
rigorous to make the difference.
Thank you, councillor. I'll now put this motion. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Item 9.19, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting minutes, 3rd of September. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Farrell. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Foley. Councillor Farrell.
I support the motion.
And would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a question to Councillor Farrell. Through you, Mr Mayor, can you help us understand why you support this motion and these AREC meeting minutes?
I decline to answer.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So on page 25 of the minutes and page 452 of the bundle, and I quote, it says, the working capital position and unrestricted cash position was discussed in light of temporary release from reserve. It was noted that as a part of Council's financial sustainability review, that a strategy to increase unrestricted cash needed to be considered to absorb larger shocks rather than temporarily releasing funds from reserves. And I'm pleased to see that this point has been raised in the meeting. It was of great concern to me that we were dipping into internal reserves to prop up the working capital, and I do think that we need to prioritise our spend on needs over wants to ensure that we don't have to take that approach again. We need to take an overall principled approach to our spend, and we can only do that if we have transparency of our finances via a finance committee. And it's critical that we see all of these projects, even the ones that we talked about tonight, in context. We cannot make decisions out of context and with projects being isolated. The operational budget process we went through was quite high level. It didn't tell us that our working capital was at risk, and it didn't tell us that we were prioritising art gallery and theatre renovations and candle making workshops.
Sorry, there's been a point of order raised.
Yeah.
I failed to see how this is related to the motion on the table, which is noting the minutes of ARIC.
Yep, I will uphold that. I'll uphold that point of order, councillor. If you could get to the topic of Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting minutes, please.
Yes, so the, Mr Mayor, I'll refer to that question in particular. So the ARIC committee meeting minutes did talk about financial sustainability, which is what I'm elaborating on. So it's wholly relevant.
Thank you, councillor.
I was just asking a question there, so I haven't actually
Councillor
finished
Kent?
speaking.
So that was your end of speaking time? Yep. Yeah, it was a minute apart. Councillor, that was your speaking time. That is my ruling. Councillor Kent?
I'd like to speak in support of the office recommendation. I find the sort of extracting of parts of the minutes unhelpful. What we're being asked to do is to note a set of minutes from a meeting that the councillor wasn't in attendance.
Okay. Would else like to speak to this? Okay. Does the mover want to write a reply? No? Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Okay, I believe we're on the last item, is that right? Yep. Item 9.20, Floodplain Risk Management Advisory Committee meetings, 22nd December. Can I get a mover? Councillor Farrell, a seconder. Councillor Moylan. Councillor Farrell.
I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question to yourself, Mr Mayor. The Floodplain Risk Committee relates to the Barrel South development. Do you, Mr Mayor, support the Barrel South development in its current form?
Councillor, I have no idea where we've landed because this is just one cog, even hundreds of cogs we need to put together to see what the outcome of Barrel South is.
Mr Mayor, do you support Barrel South development?
There is no Barrel South development, councillor. This is a Flood Risk Management Advisory Committee, which is one component of putting together a master plan that we have no idea where we've landed in one component of many.
I have an amendment to make.
Councillor
Okay, the wording. Okay, so replacing B with Roman numeral 1, defer the adoption of the flood risk meeting minutes. And semicolon Roman numeral 2. Consider alternate proposals to the Barrel South NLA to be facilitated by council, inviting the community, expert engineers and other specialists, Water New South Wales and relevant council staff. Then semicolon, Roman numeral 3, open the Floodplain Risk Management Advisory Committee to the public, including other councillors. And then deleting 1. And I reserve my right to speak to this amendment, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Happy with the words there?
Yes,
I got
thank
a
you.
Seconder, Councillor Russell. Councillor Smith, you had a question?
Sorry, I haven't spoken to my amendment
You
yet.
reserved your right to speak, so I'll go to Councillor Smith.
I just have a question, and there's been so many conflicts of interest in this meeting, I'm a bit confused. I do remember Councillor Moylan saying she had a conflict because of her husband on Barrel South. Was that in relation to this matter, or I can't remember,
I'll
sorry.
ask, did you want to clarify that, Councillor Moylan?
No.
Okay. Councillor Moylan, you're wishing to speak?
Yes, so speaking to the amendment, firstly, there is a lack of transparency with this committee. Members of the public and myself as a councillor were not allowed to attend the debate. And this is an important issue. It's relating to a flood risk of a major development. Point of order, Mr Mayor, councillor's right to speak.
Yes, I'll
in
uphold
silence.
that. Please don't have side conversations while the councillor's speaking.
Okay, and if we could, I hope this isn't on the time. Okay. Secondly, the Code of Meeting Practice, which we just reviewed, speaks to transparency for meetings and committee meetings. And that is clearly on page 5 of the Code. The Minister for Local Government also refers to transparency, making sure that committee meetings must be effective and transparent. And the Office of Local Government website refers to council committees whose members include persons other than councillors may adopt their own rules. This council has adopted not to invite or allow the public in. I don't support this report because it fails to take into account that even if we can build up 10 metres high, where will the water go to? It will just go down to the down the Wingecarribee River and flood Burradoo and flood Berrima. And this is a major point that has been ignored in this study. More broadly though, Mr Mayor, frankly as councillors, we should be having a debate about the overall issue. This is the first time Barrel South has come before us. We need to have a broader debate as to whether this is something we want to see in our shire.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Foley.
I just have a question around point number 3 in particular. I believe that actually this is a question to the General Manager. We as councillors endorsed the floodplain risk management terms of reference in one of our council meetings, and in that terms of reference, didn't we define the attendance at the committee meetings? And so would point number 3 actually need to be a rescission motion of a motion that we've already endorsed?
General Manager.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to a question to Councillor Foley. Do you accept, Councillor Foley, that transparency and freedom of speech is a much more important value than the administration of terms of reference of the Floodplain Risk Committee?
I don't see the reference, the relevance of that question to the item that we are looking at the moment, and that is my answer.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Kent.
I feel I should speak to this amendment or proposed amendment. I definitely need to speak against it. Having chaired the Flood Committee in Councillor Foley's absence in September, the officer's recommendation, the original one, talks to 2 matters, both the Yerrinbul Drainage Master Plan and this item, Barrel South New Living Area. The idea that we have a committee that was well vetted, we have relevant community experts on a committee that committee puts hours and hours into considering consultants' reports and spent 2 hours in a very detailed meeting and came up with amendments to the officer's original recommendation, which were in this report, which are in the business papers. It's frankly disrespectful to say, okay, we're just going to wipe all of that out, having spent months and months and months, and we're not going to show any respect to the committee and the community members that participate and give up their time when they're working full-time themselves, and we're just going to override it. So I strongly recommend that the councillors vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Just a quick question. Councillor Kent just mentioned that he chaired the flood committee in place of Councillor Foley. Did he perhaps mean Councillor Duffy?
I certainly do. I'm very sorry.
Okay, anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, I'll now put this amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, those against, Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. We are back at the original. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
I have a document to table that was emailed to staff and governance. It's a letter from, it is a wee while ago, from 2024, from 29th of August 2024. And it is, the subject is Barrel South New Living Area Draft Master Plan and Servicing Strategy. What else do I need to do to table the document?
That's it.
Do I just
That's
put
it. We'll just pick it up at the end, and then you wanted to speak.
Yes,
to
I'd like
this.
to propose an amendment.
Okay, can I get the wording?
That, so we're back on the, when we get back to the original one, that would be helpful. Oh, okay, sorry, long day. That council number 2, if there isn't a number 2 already, include in the scope of the maker stage 2 and reconsideration of stage 1 reports, consultation with Dam Safety New South Wales, and all items referenced in the letter dated 29th of August 2024 from DEQA, I think you can just put DEQA here, DCCEEW, to Dennis Killick.
Okay, happy with that wording?
Thank you.
A seconder, please. Councillor Moylan. Councillor Russell.
When we were under administration, there came a point where, for all of the good work council staff does, the administrator actually had to direct council to go and consider a circular which hadn't been considered yet. It was the planning circular PS 24 -001 update on addressing flood risk in planning decisions, dated 1st March 2024. Things slip through the gaps, they really do, particularly when you have changeovers of staff and staff leaving. As of yet, there hasn't been consultation with Dam Safety New South Wales. Now, this is where it's helpful, actually a bit helpful that I am involved with the RePoly, because I've been doing a deep dive into lots of flood-related issues, and it is an IPART imperative that dam safety is included. And because of the research that the community has done, I'm aware that dam safety haven't yet been consulted, and we've just completed phase 1. So this is just an expansion of the scope of Maker's good work. This is an incredibly, it's a hot topic for our community. We do not want to leave any, we don't want to miss anything here. And this just makes sure that we've thoroughly ticked all boxes in scope in stage 1 and stage 2 of this information. Another reason it's really important is because with the upheaval of administration, we did not do this FIRA prior to the master plan.
Thank you, Councillor.
So we've got to get ourselves
Councillor.
safe due diligence.
General Manager, do you have any commentary around this letter?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I believe the Director of Service Project Delivery and the Manager of Assets are across the contents of the letter. Mr Robinson?
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor, what is the actual question? Apologies.
The letter that Council is referring to and its impact on here, do you have any commentary around the letter itself and how it affects the studies and what's being proposed?
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, I'm aware of the letter. We have similar consultation letters from other state agencies like Water New South Wales, and the FIRA is being developed in collaboration with state agencies like DECU, like Water New South Wales and SES. To date, we haven't had direct consultation with Dam Safety New South Wales. However, that is because Dam Safety New South Wales interaction with it is through the Wingecarribee Reservoir, which is managed by Water New South Wales. And so it is Dam Safety New South Wales that places management conditions and the legislation around how Water New South Wales needs to manage and maintain their dam. And so we've had extensive collaboration with the Water New South Wales, and we will continue to do so. I think it's important to note that part 1 of the FIRA is simply about understanding what the current conditions of the site are, overlaying what the impacts of the current proposed layout of the Barrel South New Living Area would be, how those impacts could be mitigated. That is the purpose of part 2 of the FIRA. However, we can't progress to part 2 until we first build a solid understanding of what is the current flood behaviour of the site, as well as then also set some performance targets or metrics with which we then make that mitigation assessment of part 2.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, we've got to move a procedural motion for an extension of time beyond 7:30 for half an hour. Got to get a seconder. Councillor Moylan, all those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Sorry, Councillor.
Through you, Mayor, to the Acting General Manager, does staff, this is not this isn't a role of, does council staff understand that this isn't something that, is part of council, because we're commissioning Maker to do this report. So within the scope of that, we understand that Dam Safety New South Wales hasn't been consulted by Water New South Wales, but it's not in the scope of the report either. And if we include it in the scope...
Sorry, Councillor, what's your question?
If we include it in the scope, seeing that Dam Safety haven't been consulted yet and we've just finished stage 1, what skin off our nose is it to include it in the scope? So we've done our due diligence. What skin off our... It is. Yeah. What's the issue with including it?
What do you want to see?
Why would we be not including it, is what I'm asking.
To the General Manager? Okay, General Manager.
So just so we're clear, your question is, what is the impact of including another stakeholder in the consultation? Yes?
Yep.
Yep. Mr McAllister.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor, I do not see any significant issue. This is being based upon the statements that Mr Robertson just mentioned earlier, where we've already been engaging with various stakeholders, and as we go through the process, there'll be a requirement to engage with all relevant stakeholders.
Councillor Kent.
I think the manager assets is pretty clear that this Dam Safety New South Wales has interaction with Water New South Wales, who manage the reservoir, and I've just looked at the minutes of the last the minutes of the meeting that we are being asked to consider, and Water New South Wales were in attendance for the entirety of that discussion. So, in line with what the manager of assets has said, I believe we are doing what we need to do, and we're following the appropriate chain. And I'm conscious too, we don't want to be in a situation where we have committees where we've got so many advisors and things. That if the correct chain is that Water New South Wales is our contact, and Dam Safe New South Wales is an upline to them, that's what we should do.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this.
I've got another question.
Councillor Russell.
Through you, Mayor, to the General Manager, is it not correct that Dam Safety New South Wales have not yet been considered by Water New South Wales, because that's what the information is that I have. And so that's not in the first stage, and so we're missing something.
General Manager.
Mr McAllister.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I will need to take that on notice because I don't have any formal correspondence from Water New South Wales to indicate that they either have or have not had any further consultations with Dam Safety New South Wales.
Okay. I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Moylan.
I think through you, Mr Mayor, sorry, I'll start again. I commend Councillor Russell's amendment here. I think we need as much due diligence as possible on this very important issue. It was a very important issue during our election, and all of those who did stand for election, not all of us did, but all of us that did, were emphatically against this Bowral South NLA, which is relevant to this flood risk assessment. So this is the third risk assessment we've done. So if Councillor Russell is seeking to get every accuracy put into this assessment, then I think she should be supported.
Thank you. And I'd like to speak to this. Councillor Foley.
From what I understand, Dams New South Wales would be considered in the part 2 of the FERA. I'm not sure if we'd need to reconsider the stage 1 consultation, but if it's specifically drawn out that we do need to consider dam safety in the next phase, perhaps that makes sense. Sorry.
Councillor Smith.
Could just a misrepresentation, Councillor Moylan just mentioned that not all councillors stood for election. However, we wouldn't be here if we were not elected representatives. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kent.
And another misrepresentation, Councillor Moylan said that all of us were against Bowral South. I made no such statements.
Thank you. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Duffy.
I would just like to speak against it because I'm sure that this will be done in stage 2 with Water New South Wales.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Moylan.
Question to yourself, Mr Mayor, or the Acting General Manager, if more appropriate. Is there any risk in adopting this amendment?
General Manager.
Through you, through me. Oh, there you go. It's been a long night. Mr McAllister, can I just a yes or no, very succinct answer, is there any risk in adopting this amendment?
Short answer is no, because consultation will occur through the process anyway.
And just a question to the General Manager. The reconsider of 1, Look, I'm not fully adept at how involved the flood committee is. Is this like a starting from square one again, or is this just like an additional thing that can be looked at the next flood committee? Because are we talking overhauling and beginning again off a single letter? And I'm a little bit lost at the process, so I don't know if there's some commentary around that. So what does reconsider under this amendment look like? Or is it as simple as addressing it in the next flood committee and as we proceed to stage 2?
Mr Mayor, I think that's a good question. I think that's clarifications required from the intention from Councillor Russell, what she means by reconsider.
Thank you so much for that question, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor, it's about making sure that we've done our due diligence. So stage 1 has gone in, and in part of that modelling, we haven't complied yet with an IPART stipulation that says that dam break needs to be considered in any modelling. So we've done one stage, but it hasn't included something which has been stipulated by IPART. So it's a bit like we're back with when we were under administration and staff had overlooked the planning circular PS 24.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor.
We've just got to tick our boxes on governance and due diligence.
Look, I'm still desperately lost. So what the councillor is proposing is to, whatever is in this letter, which I have not had a chance to read, to reconsider stage 1. And I'm simply saying, is this just something that they can look at? Or you saying, and not knowing what back to square one means, is that back to square one, starting again because of this litter, or is it just having a look at it in the next flood committee? I mean, it's probably not it's not a question for Councillor Russell. It's more a conversation for the committee, because I just need some clarity, because I don't.
Point of clarification.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor, I just
point of clarification is it is not back to stage 1. It is us ticking our governance boxes on due diligence.
just so I know. Yeah, I'll just see what Sean says. Thank you.
Mr Robinson, now that you have had a good look at the recommendation there, the amendment, your views please on what the implications are for essentially re-prosecuting stage 1 with dam safety.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor. I guess, again, it's the implication of the nuance of what are we asking, primarily in that if we don't have an adopted stage 1, then we aren't able to proceed with stage 2. So that's probably the clarity that we're looking for, which the only risk involved with that is that it then just defers the completion of the FIRA by a number of months due to the timing of Flood Risk Advisory Committee meetings, and then just the flowing on of delays for the consultant in moving to the next stage. But if the recommendation is more in the order of a nuance of approve stage 1 with the intent of moving to stage 2 and in parallel seek dam safety concurrence of stage 1, then that is something that could be done in parallel. I think it's important to note that Dam Safety New South Wales is the regulator of declared dams. They aren't the owner of dams, and so they don't complete the modelling work themselves. In terms of dam break modelling and dam break assessment, that is data that Water New South Wales holds, and that's data that Water New South Wales has shared as the dam owner. The nuance of dam break assessment, especially for Wingecarribee Reservoir, is that it's highly confidential information given the stake significance of Wingecarribee Reservoir and other water supply dams, and so it's not able to be included in an explicit public document as clear inundation modelling. That is one of that was one of the explicit conditions of Water New South Wales. It also isn't of relevance for part 1, which is purely about what is the existing flood behaviour of the site. It is of relevance for part 2, which is part of the risk consideration of what is the risk of the NLA from flood risk. It's a part 2 consideration, not a part 1.
Thank you. Okay, would I like to speak to this amendment? Okay, I will now put the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Moylan, Councillor Russell, those against, Councillor Fitzpatrick, Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Smith. We're back at the original. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Moylan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We are on to our third flood study, which speaks for itself. But to your point, Mr Mayor, and I did take it on board that this agenda item is just about the flood study. We cannot see it in isolation because it is a matter of great concern to the community, and they haven't heard from us for a year now. And we need to remind ourselves, we're talking about 2,200 homes, which is 6,000 to 7,000 people. The schools are full. Only yesterday I talked to someone who couldn't get their child into school. We'll have increased traffic and no significant new infrastructure. When bad decisions are
There's been a
made...
point of order raised.
Just the relevance, council doesn't determine where schools are built, and the flood minutes doesn't refer to schools.
I'll uphold that, Councillor. If you could stick back to the point, thank you.
I'll address a misunderstanding, Mr Mayor. We need to see this holistically. I take Councillor Foley's point on board that it is the state government who is responsible
Councillor, what is
for
your
schools.
misrepresentation?
However, it's been misunderstood that schools are not an important matter for this overall
I don't think
development.
Councillor Foley said matter. She just said it wasn't. She just said it wasn't relevant to this. Talking about schools isn't relevant to a flood committee meeting minutes. Is all she was saying. So I'll uphold that, and we can move on. Please keep
Right.
going.
Okay. So thank you, Mr Mayor. So overall, we can't. To your point, Mr Mayor, we can't just see this flood risk study in isolation. It is part of a much bigger development with much more serious issues at hand. When bad decisions are made, we need to stop them before they continue. This is our third flood risk study. And I'm not against development, but I am against putting houses on a flood-prone area, and I'm against tacking houses onto the side of our towns and villages. Let's pause on this so-called new living area and
Sorry,
work on
Councillor,
how
we're
we
not
can
pausing
add
as
housing to the Shire.
You're saying pause on the new living area. We're talking about a flood risk management advisory committee meeting minutes. So it's you're saying pause an entire development when we're talking about flood committee meetings minutes. So I just ask you to get back on. You can still
Oh,
go.
yeah,
Just,
I was waiting for you to finish. Thank you, Mr Mayor. My point remains that we simply cannot see this floodplain assessment in isolation to the bigger issue.
Thank you. Would else like to speak to this? Councillor Russell.
I have questions in regards to the flood, the level of risk situation. What level of, would it be correct to say through you, Mr Mayor, to the General Manager, that we've elected to take a mid-level position of risk in terms to the flood severity?
Councillor, you're not a councillor. General Manager.
Mr Robinson.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor. Would you be able to clarify the question again, please, Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much for that. It is getting late, I know, and it's just unfortunate that such an important issue is so late. With regards to a member of the community was told that we had adopted a mid-level position
Councillor,
in terms of flood
please just give
severity.
me a succinct question, please.
And I'm wondering what that means. I don't know what that means, and he said he didn't really know what that meant. And so
Councillor,
there's a question
what is
from
your
the community.
question, please?
What is a mid-level position in terms of flood severity if that's what we've adopted?
General Manager.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Mr Mayor. I believe that comment might have been in relation to the climate change model adopted. So within the defined flood event, there are a number of different options. Sensitivity modelling is done for climate change between a very conservative approach versus a not conservative approach. The model adopted was the middle point of the road.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
I would like to speak for this officer's recommendation, and I'd like that we'd put the vote, please.
We can do that. Right of reply was to,
Have we had one against? I don't think we've had one against yet.
did Councillor Moylan speak against this committee?
Did she?
Did you speak against? Yes.
And have we had 2 for?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Who had the right of reply? I'm sorry. Councillor Farrell, would you like to use the right of reply? Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? And that is Councillor Champion, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Farrell, Councillor Foley, Councillor Kent, Councillor Russell, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fitzpatrick. All those against? Councillor Moylan, and General Manager, anything else? No, Mr Mayor, thank you. I'll now close the meeting at 7:48.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, I had one more item, the question with notice.
There is no debate or questions with questions on notice, so I'll close the meeting at 7:49. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr.